great frogs and others, the best of who we are as a species, as a nation, as an imperial experiment, as an imperial democracy. And yet, as my dear sister Marianne said, recognize that there's the best in America that has always understood that if our lives matter, if Black lives matter, we're going to have to make sure that democratic practices and orientations and means of being in the world are reproduced and expanded. If any lives matter, you're going to have major radical democracy. But can you have radical democracy in America without empire, without white supremacy, without male supremacy, without transphobia, without homophobia, without losing sight of the humanity of Muslims and Jews and Arabs? It's an unanswered question. We just don't know.
Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Radical Democracy, the Radical Democracy Show. I'm your host, Kamali Rose. Thank you so much for being here with me today, September 9th, 2020. We got a lot to get to today, so I will try to jump right into it. I usually start with some greetings in these live streams, and I think I just got to start that way still. What's up to Ben 2K in the comments there? Thank you so much for getting here early. I know for you it's like afternoon right now. Ben joins us from Germany. Thank you so much for that, Ben. So shout out to all of our Patreon patrons, our entire Patreon community, everyone who supports this show, helps us to exist and to grow. If you can, please do us a favor. As always, if you like what you hear and you like what you see, do us a favor and support the show, support independent left media at patreon.com/radical democracy. You'll find a link in the description box below. And if you haven't already, please do me a favor immediately. As soon as you start watching this, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and hit the bell to receive notifications anytime we go live or launch a new video. Share the video, tweet it out, Facebook, whatever you got, share this video out, let folks know that we're live. And I am going to do that right now myself, so you're going to have to forgive me. This is kind of Katie Halper style. Sometimes I see Katie Halper do this, so I don't feel bad. It's annoying. It doesn't have the updated title in it. That's fine. All right, whatever. Okay, here we are. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, we got, all right. So let's get right to it. We got a lot of folks in here. Thank you so much to everyone who's here. Please do me a favor and immediately hit that like button, and we will get right to it. So we got a lot to discuss today. We're going to be discussing Jessica Scarane's primary run, her Senate primary run in Delaware. It's an important race. It's a very important race. We're going to talk about why it's so critical and why we should be paying attention to that election. That primary is next Tuesday, so less than a week away, and that will be September 15th. We will be covering that primary live from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern, and we will have some guests coming on the show from the Vanguard. Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard will be joining us. They interviewed Jess Scarane a while back, and so we'll get some of their opinions and analysis on her election, the importance and significance of the election, what they believe her chances are, and maybe as those results start to roll in, we'll discuss. We'll discuss live. So we hope you'll join us for that as well. Shout out to Tammy, our producer, who is handling lots of things in the background there. And so shout out to Tammy for all the work that she does. And she is in the comments and in the chat, and you'll see her. You can say what's up to Tammy there. So shout out to FL. I see you out there. And Mark McKeever in the building, up to 1.9 we're approaching 1,100 subs, so we're cruising right now. We are cruising, and so please do us a favor if you haven't already. Immediately, right now, subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,100 subscribers today. We pretty much moved to this channel, moved to a new channel. We had about 1,000 subscribers. That was less than a month ago. Definitely, it's been a couple of weeks, I think. I don't know. Maybe Tammy can let me know how long it's been, but a few weeks now since we moved the channel, and we have already hit within a month over 100 new subscribers in a month. And so we are trying to hit 1,100 on the stream today. So we're about 6 subscribers away. So if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, you need to subscribe immediately right now. You're going to love this show. If you don't already, you will love this show. So please subscribe right now. Help us hit 1,100 subs on this stream. Thank you so much. And Ben says, thanks for the work you do, Tammy. Absolutely. Thank you, Tammy. We all appreciate you. Okay, so let's get to it. On the show, we're also going to discuss there's been a few recent police lynching / murders, police killing civilians, murdering civilians, lynching, whatever. We can talk about the specific terminology we'll use around it. In specifically, these are people when they were responding to some mental health crises. So we're going to talk about that and the defund the police movement, what that actually means, and why it's so applicable in instances like these. And so talk a little bit about that. We'll talk a bit about Edward Snowden, maybe a little bit about Julian Assange as well. I'm definitely in the free Julian Assange camp and believe that that's we are trampling on First Amendment all over the First Amendment and freedom of the press when we do things like arrest journalists for, being journalists. And but we'll get to that later, and some vindication for Edward Snowden. And then also we're going to be doing some comrade comments, segment for the comrade comments, where we will talk about recent, some recent intriguing comments that we got from one of our Patreon members, one of our biggest supporters, Steve Alvarez, and discussing a little bit about Jimmy Dore and what, what he means to the left and how we feel about Jimmy Dore. So those should all be interesting discussions and conversations. Some of the material a little bit more challenging than others to deal with, for sure. Whenever we're talking about police violence and police brutality, it's certainly a sore spot for me, sensitive topic. So we'll try to approach that carefully. All right, let's get to it. We're gonna kick it off with the Jessica Scarane piece, and just really trying to highlight her election and make sure that we're focused on it on the left, because it is a significant one, for those who do still have some interest in electoral politics. There is some value here, a lot of value here to this election, and so we should know about the importance of it. All right, let's get to it. All right, so Mark says we need to get that Amazon wish list up and running for Tammy's new mic. Yes, we do. We absolutely do. We got to get Tammy a new mic. So we will make that happen. All right. And it's support, please, if you can, tip us on coffee. If you would like to help Tammy get a microphone, we need to get Tammy a mic. Please support us. Drop us a tip on coffee. We have a fundraising goal right up there right now. I think it still says it's for the lights, but we've decided that Tammy's mic is coming first, so we'll change that over during the stream today. Let's switch it to 150, I believe it will be, or 140, and do it for Tammy's mic. So we'll do that instead. So thank you so much, and we will absolutely make that happen. All right. Okay, so let's get to this first story. Give me 1 sec. Let's get this queued up. Okay, so Jessica Scarane is running for a Senate seat. The Democratic primary, the primaries for Delaware are coming up next week, Tuesday, September 15th. And she is running against Chris Coons, a corporate establishment Democrat. And Jessica Scarane, as we'll see here today, is a strong progressive. She is definitely of the left and has a realistic chance to win, even though she is at a major deficit, from a lot of different, perspectives. She is just based on policy alone. She has really run a solid campaign. And so I'd like to highlight her campaign, hopefully get her some more support as down the stretch here, as this race approaches, as this election approaches, and get folks paying attention to it. If we can support in any way, we should absolutely be doing that. So if you are a supporter of Medicare for All or a Green New Deal, you'll want to listen into this. So first, we're going to take a look at an Intercept article. This is an Intercept article from November 2019, and it's titled, "If You Care About Medicare for All or a Green New Deal, Here's the Senate Primary That Matters." So right out of the gate, you can see what they're referring to here. So Chris Coons, a devotee of bipartisanship, is being challenged by Jess Scarane, who was inspired by progressive Kerry Harris's 2018 Senate campaign. So this is by Ryan Grimm, amazing journalist. Everybody hopefully is, checking out Ryan Grimm. He's a great journalist, writes in the Intercept, and they are, it's a left-wing news outlet, progressive news outlet, and something that, an outlet that I certainly trust. So this was again from November 18, 2019. So this is from, nearly a year ago. They're discussing this. It's Chris Coons, corporate face. So Chris Coons, a Democratic senator known for his intense dedication to bipartisanship, has drawn a primary challenger in Delaware. On Monday, Jess Scarane, a Wilmington digital strategist, announced her plan to challenge Coons, saying that she drew inspiration from the insurgent bid in 2018 by Kerry Harris against longtime incumbent Delaware Senator Tom Carper. Harris fell short, winning 35% of the vote, but shattered the wait your turn political convention in Delaware and demonstrated that there is a base of support for primary challengers. Coons first won election in 2010 to serve out the rest of Joe Biden's term. It was considered a fluke. Republican Mike Castle, a two-term governor and the longest-serving U.S. representative in the state's history, had been expected to win easily, but amid the rise of the Tea Party, the moderate Castle was upset in the primary by Christine O'Donnell, an eccentric candidate who spent the general election denying that she was a witch. So O'Donnell's win, followed by her loss in the general election, was cited by many Democratic would-be supporters of Harris in 2018 as a reason to maintain the state's tradition of not rocking the incumbents' votes. The convention is part of what's known as the Delaware way. So here they're just talking about, how Chris Coons even came to power in Delaware. That was Joe Biden's old seat. And Chris Coons, ran in a special election to serve out the rest of Joe Biden's term. And the Republican who was expected to, the establishment Republican candidate who was actually expected to win, he ended up losing in a primary to this eccentric candidate, they say, who then lost the general. And now they're using that to then point to the left now and say, okay, this is why you on the left, you can't challenge incumbents. You can't challenge the Democratic establishment. You just have to, follow the Delaware way, quote unquote, which we'll talk about more later, and not rock the boat, not try to challenge the corporatist, the incumbent, the corporatist really, and the establishment back candidate really, because this was not an incumbent that they were even facing off against when this happened. And so Though Coons is an obscure member of the Democratic caucus relative to somebody like the famously recalcitrant Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, Democrat in name only, of course, Coons is no less a threat to the progressive agenda. All right. So this is where this is important here. He is an ardent supporter of the Senate tradition of bipartisan comedy and insists on only co-sponsoring legislation that is also backed by at least one Republican. His respect for bipartisanship is undiminished by the fact that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican from Kentucky, has not reciprocated. After holding open a Supreme Court seat for a year in order to swipe it for his party, McConnell eliminated the filibuster for Supreme Court nominees and has been rubber stamping a record-breaking number of judicial appointments. He used the process known as budget reconciliation, which gets around the legislative filibuster, to attempt to repeal the Affordable Care Act and to pass the GOP's tax cut. Okay. Yet, even as Republicans implement their agenda with the 50-vote threshold, Coons is committed to requiring 60 votes for any Democratic agenda item. Coons was easily reelected in 2014 and is popular throughout Delaware. But if he wins re-election a second time, it is virtually impossible to envision him supporting the enactment of Medicare for All using a 50-vote threshold, as Senator Bernie Sanders has pledged to attempt. Obviously, we know that Medicare for All, let's just be real. We'll talk more about this. This is in November. This is before Bernie dropped out. So we're going to talk about why, this election may have a little bit less impact with Bernie out of the race, of course, and out of the nomination at this point. But we'll get to that. So Coons recently made headlines by questioning whether racial, class, and gender diversity could be productively channeled in the Senate, a remark that Scarane said causes voters to rethink their support of him when they hear it. So it's only when he talks, terribly on social issues. He can be as terrible on economics as he wants. That's fine. Whatever. If he says anything sideways on social issues, which it's terrible what he said here, that's when people start to, rethink their support for him, unfortunately. It shouldn't have taken that. He said, I want to believe of our country and ourselves that a more diverse Senate that includes women's voices and voices of people of color and voices of people who were not professionals, but, who grew up working class and were the first in their family to go to school and so forth, that we can engage those voices and that they can be a part of the debate, and that doesn't produce irreconcilable discord. I think history may judge otherwise, Coons said. His office later said that Coons is a strong supporter of diversity, but the comments were clear on their own. So Scarane says she'll be running on a broadly progressive platform focused on addressing the climate emergency with a Green New Deal, implementing Medicare for All, and dramatically expanding funding for education. She's also open to ending the filibuster, an effort that Coons vowed to block. In the race, Scarane plans to zero in on Coons' vote to confirm pharmaceutical representative Alex Azar as Health and Human Services Secretary. She said she was particularly incensed when she learned that Coons had vouched for him as somebody he'd known since their time at Yale together. His negotiations with former Republican Senator Jeff Flake in Arizona to win an investigation into assault allegations against Brett Kavanaugh will also be part of her campaign, said Scarane, describing the week-long investigation as a mere fig leaf that gave cover to what Republicans were going to do anyway. So she says that, here she's talking about referring to the Brett Kavanaugh incident. There was a, Chris Coons, essentially, he teamed up with Jeff Flake to essentially participate, and he made deals to participate in this facade of an investigation during the Brett Kavanaugh hearings that ultimately ended up doing nothing to alter the course of the Brett Kavanaugh nomination, and it gave them cover, honestly, and it did. I think that what they refer to there, of many people seeing that's how I feel, that investigation just simply gave cover. It was, and you just focus in on the framing and everything, and who Chris Coons is, this bipartisanship. We all hopefully here, everyone recognizes what bipartisanship is really about. the Republicans never talk about bipartisanship. You'll notice that the Republicans you never hear Republicans talking about bipartisanship unless it comes to a situation where they need some Democratic votes to help their corporate donors. Then they'll talk about bipartisanship. When working class people are getting screwed over, that's where bipartisanship takes place. So it's somebody, I forget who, always says, whenever you hear them talk about bipartisanship, hold on to your wallets. Might be Cenk Uygur, to be honest. So whenever you hear people in Congress talking about bipartisanship, like, hold on to your wallet, because they're coming for it. They're coming for some of your money. It's going to be something economically damaging to working class people. So here, when you have a Democrat talking about bipartisanship, what that means, think about who the Republican Party is. It's Noam Chomsky says that the Republican Party is so far gone that they have fallen off the political spectrum. So Noam Chomsky says, listen, you can't, negotiating with Republicans is like negotiating with terrorists at this point. You cannot negotiate with terrorists. Like this is, and I should be careful on that because that language is often used in some BS ways, in our military, with, I'll get into that another time. I need to split off on that right now, but that's trying to negotiate with Republicans is like trying to negotiate with terrorists. It's like, you cannot negotiate with these people. Why negotiate with people that want these horrific policies? You cannot meet them in the middle, because meeting the Republicans in the middle on their policies is like, I need to be better with analogies, but it's like you can't say, oh, okay, well, you think that that poor people, you think that nobody should have health. So this is what they do. They say, Republicans saying nobody should get, any kind of like, government provided or anything, health insurance, government supported health insurance in any way. They want zero people to have health insurance. Democrats claim they want all people to have health insurance. That's what they claim. They claim that, at least. So let's meet them in the middle. This is what they say with bipartisanship. Let's meet them in the middle and just say half of everybody is going to have no health insurance. Like, no, I'm not going to bargain with you on that. There's no bargain. There's no deals to be made there. I don't agree with you. What you need to do is fight for a majority in these institutions, in the Congress. You fight for a majority, right? You get a majority elected, and then it should be, that's how our system is supposed to work, that's how democracy is supposed to work, right? It's 50% plus one, right? If you get 50% plus one, if a majority of people support that, meaning just one more than 50% support something, then that should be the policy. That's how it works with the first past the post. We don't have true like representative democracy in that sense or whatever. And so it's first past the post, right? And so you get, if you're over that 50%, then that legislation should pass, right? When they start to require 60 votes, listen, only Democrats respect those kind of rules and that kind of process. It's only the Democrats that end up respecting that stuff. And so when you play that game with them and you play that game of process and decorum, all it does is it damages working class people. Just notice whenever they're talking about bipartisanship, where it ends up coming into play, it's always done they'll form agreement on anything where it benefits their corporate donors, because the Republican Party and the Democratic Party by and large share the same set of corporate donors. And so, they're backed by fossil fuel industry. That's why Joe Biden came out and said that he will not ban fracking recently. And they're the real estate, law, lawyers, the pharmaceutical industries, right? So they are all, bought by the same set of corporate, donors. And so when they do any kind of bipartisan bills in Congress, they're always against the working class. They're always damaging to working class people and benefit corporations. So that's the only time you see real bipartisanship. Or you only hear about it in the case of Democrats, because they do this on purpose, right? They're paid to lose. They're paid to make sure that these things do not pass, right? Because it would go against what their donors want. Their donors don't want Medicare for all, right? They take money from the pharmaceutical industry, from big pharma, from the oil and fossil fuel industry. So they have a active reason to oppose Medicare for all and a Green New Deal, right? And so they are, they'll play these games. But look at what the Republicans did, right? As soon as and they talked about in this article here, is that when they got into power, first one, when under Obama, they said, no, we're not going to confirm any judges in Obama's last year of his presidency, which is absurd. Like, there's no precedent for that whatsoever. And they did that, and the Democrats were just so weak and couldn't do anything about it, because they play this game of like, oh, we got to get some Republicans on our side, and we don't want to rile up the Republicans too much. These fascists, they represent like neo-fascism essentially, and they're like, no, we don't want to rile them up too much, we don't want to oppose them. They're much happier and they're much more effective at opposing progressive legislation than opposing the Republican, quote unquote conservative legislation. So they come in with this idea of bipartisanship. And when you hear that, should be a red flag for you. Chris Coons being this bipartisan, talking about he will only, sign on to legislation that has at least one Republican supporting it. Well, let me tell you what, not one Republican will support. Medicare for all. Not one Republican is going to support that. Not one Republican has come out and support Republican in power, Republican Party, Republican, the Republican voters, they support sometimes Medicare for all and Green New Deal have had majority support from Republican voters. So let me not, confuse that. I'm talking about the Republican Party, the people in power. And so they will not sign on to something. There will not be a single vote in favor of Medicare for all or Green New Deal. And so Chris Coons will never sign on to those things. And that's what they're trying to point out here, is that when you set up these rules of saying, we're only going to, and Chris Coons also opposes getting rid of the filibuster. The filibuster it's an anti-democratic process. Let's be real. It allows a minority of people to hold back legislation from passing because they are, because you don't have essentially over 60 votes. You have to have over 60 votes in order to pass legislation under the filibuster. Otherwise, you can just, if you don't have over 60 votes, they can just filibuster you and you'll never be able to pass legislation. That's not how democracy is supposed to work. If we have a majority of Congress people in there voting for something, 51 out of the 51 out of the 100 senators, if they vote for something, that bill should pass. That should pass. That's how democracy is supposed to work. That's what democracy is supposed to be. And so when you start to bump it up, it's got to be over 60%. It's got to be over, 75% super majority for some of these things. Then you're talking about, not only do you have to get every single Democrat on board on a piece of legislation, but now we got to convince half of all the Republicans as well in order to pass our legislation. And we're going to handicap ourselves like that. We're going to kneecap ourselves like that. But we're not going to, but then when the Republicans get into power, they completely thrash those sort of processes. Look at, Mitch McConnell blocks Merrick Garland, Obama's pick, who was a middle centrist pro-corporate judge. He wasn't a left-wing radical judge, right? He blocks him, and then he forces through, and pushes through a Brett Kavanaugh with 51 votes. They were able to pass through. They got Brett Kavanaugh through, and they've gotten through a historic number of federal judges. If the Democrats were really about resistance, why do they keep on fast tracking judges for Mitch McConnell right now? Like, people talk about like, oh, if you don't vote for Joe Biden, you're supporting Donald Trump. You're supporting Donald Trump if you don't vote for Joe Biden. But when I point out that Nancy Pelosi, and all these Democrats have supported all of Trump's military budgets, they voted for Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. They voted through all of his, federal judges. He's just been able to look at the numbers. It's historic. Trump has put through more federal judges than any other president in history. And this is what they've been able to do. And there's no real resistance from the Democrats. They'll sit here and they'll play this game of like, oh, well, we need process and we need decorum. But then as soon as the Republicans come into power, they completely just step all over those sort of processes, and they will ignore all of that enforce their judges through. If Ruth Bader Ginsburg, everybody's like I can't stand these like Ruth Bader Ginsburg fans. It's like if she gave a damn about democracy or a damn about like, you know, defending the Supreme Court, and everybody uses like the Supreme Court as this thing, you know, why the Democrats have to be so you know, careful. You know, we got to watch out. We can't let Trump take control and be able to appoint the next Supreme Court justice, right? Well, guess what? You know, we wouldn't have to be worried about Ruth Bader Ginsburg hanging on by a thread of her life if she had just resigned under Obama. She knew that she could have resigned. She had 8 years under Obama at age like 80. She was over 80 for the entirety. She's like 90 something years old. She's, you know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg is like 90 years old or something, right? She's like, check her age for me, Tammy. I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg is damn near 90 years old. It's like 88 or something, right? She's been over 80 years old since like under all of Obama, pretty much.
Don't be saying numbers if you don't know.
How old is she?
She's 87.
Okay, she's 87. I said 88, right? I said 88.
You said at least.
So Tammy, she's 87. She's like 100. Let's be real. Look at Ruth Bader Ginsburg, all right? I believe what century, you know, her birth certificate's from. I can't take that. You know, my dad didn't know what year he was actually born in. He was born in 1940. Like, all right, so you know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, 87 years old. She could have retired. She was, you know, in her late 70s, you know, under Obama, in her 80s under Obama. She could have retired. So, and she should have retired if she really cared about that Supreme Court seat. So they pretend like they care, but the Democrats really don't care. If they did care, they would have done what they needed to do to actually protect those seats. Trump forced, what's his name, to resign. That dude, I'm spacing on his name. It's not Andrews, right? Was it Andrews? Chief Justice Roberts, right? Yes, Chief Justice Roberts. Is it Andrew Roberts? Is that why I said Andrews? It might be Chief Justice Andrew Roberts, who Trump forced to resign and then put through what's his face? Because Brett Kavanaugh, I think, was Brett Kavanaugh who he forced through after Justice Roberts, or was it the other dude that Gorsuch, Neil Gorsuch? So, you know, Trump has been able to put through 2 Supreme Court justices right now already. John Roberts, yes, John Roberts. So Chief Justice John Roberts. So is he the one that's still on the court? There's one that's still on the court, and that's like the thing. And then I forget who retired, but who he forced to retire. Trump forced one of them to retire. So yeah. So just getting back to this race in particular, Chris Coons is this bipartisanship, you know, focused guy who is going to, he plays this game. Why? Because it always favors the Republican Party. And this is why. This is how the lesser of two evil kind of voting. It keeps on shifting things to the right and shifting our politics to the right. And it's because we got folks like Joe Manchin and like Chris Coons in power who will always. You don't see Republicans saying we need to get Democrats. What Republicans do you see saying we need to get Democrats and we have to be worried about getting bipartisan support from Democrats? Did they get bipartisan support on Brett Kavanaugh? Nope. That was a straight down the line party vote. It was straight down the line. They had more of them by one, and they literally, I think some of these judges, I think even with Brett Kavanaugh, I think Mike Pence might have had to come in and cast the tie-breaking vote. So you're talking about people who are literally using the vice presidential like vote to get one past the post, essentially, to force the Supreme Court justices through. And Brett Kavanaugh's a straight up, we know he's a rapist, you know, send your lawyers after me. I ain't got nothing for you to take. So, you know, Brett Kavanaugh we know that dude was a rapist, and they forced this dude through. But the Democrats are just so weak. They're so weak. And it's not to say that the Republicans are strong or anything like that. It's just that they're both paid to do the same things, which is to pass pro-corporate, you know, they're both beholden to their corporate donors. It's not like the Republicans are some like on some, you know, fighting on principle or something like that. Their views just happen to more closely align with all of their corporate donors. So, you know, and we could talk about things like, you know, I would love to, you know what, I'm going to drop down a note to talk a little bit later about, because I see some comments going about, you know, packing the courts, and I want to chat a little bit about that, because I have some thoughts on what we should be doing as far as the Supreme Court's concerned. So getting back to this election in particular, the Scarane is now facing off against Chris Coons, and so just a few things I want to highlight here about their election. Now, so you've already heard just right out of the gate what Chris Coons is about: anti-Medicare for all, anti-Green New Deal. He is a just run-of-the-mill corporate establishment Democrat who is going to. He has, he said some just sideways stuff about diversity. So he's not even like an astute politician who can at least pander to identity politics, at least while doing nothing economically for Black, Brown, Indigenous, Latino, poor, working class communities. So he's not even a great politician in that sense. And so let's take a little bit more, a little deeper dive into that race there, that election. So let's take a look at a few of we can take a look at their platforms for sure. I'll just want to highlight a couple of things on each of their platforms just to show you who they are really quickly, just to give you a quick idea who they are. So first, we'll just take a look at Jessica Scarane's issues page. So you can see on our issues page, I'll drop a link to her issues page in the description box. There's a link to where you can donate to Jessica Scarane in the description box below. So please, if you can afford a few dollars to Jessica Scarane and you support her platform, please donate a few dollars, whatever you can afford. And I donated $50 to her last week, or a few days ago, or last week or something. So all right. So just on the issue of, say, universal health care, you can see, she supports Medicare for all. She supports, fight for a single payer Medicare for all system. Just very clear right out of the gate. That's what I need to see in your healthcare policy. That's what I need to see. If you don't use the words Medicare for all, I'm suspicious of you. There is a very specific piece of legislation, Bernie Sanders improved Medicare for all plan, that just drops the Medicare age from 65 to 0. And then it also expands Medicare. It includes things like dental insurance and vision. And hearing as well. So hearing aids for the elderly, that's another market that people don't pay enough attention to, because it's only happening to elderly people, but they're getting screwed over through these like private, manufacturers of hearing aids. And like, people should have it should be a human right to be able to hear. If we can provide the ability for that to happen, we shouldn't be like charging people on a fixed income, an arm and a leg, in order to just so that they can have a decent quality of life. So, why are hearing aids not covered under Medicare? That's crazy. And that's why Bernie Sanders expands Medicare for all and expands it to cover mental health services, which are so crucial, should absolutely be covered under our health insurance. And that's what the improved Medicare for all plan does. So when I need to see people say Medicare for all, we'll compare this and contrast this with Chris Coons' policy platform very soon. So all right. So that's one thing that I need to see. She also has, we can see things like housing as a human right, housing as a right, mandate that landlords cannot discriminate against any prospective tenants based on their source of income, include LGBTQ folks in the Fair Housing Act, implement a federal rent cap. So that's federal rental control. So that's rental control at a federal level. That is serious substantive policy we're talking about there, right? Rent control at a federal level. Say you cannot charge more than X amount per month for rent, and landlords cannot raise that amount. And we need stuff like that. If we're going to do a universal basic income, you cannot have a universal basic income and not have a federal rent cap. Otherwise, all the money will just get sucked up by landlords, and they'll just start charging us more for rent. And whatever we get through our universal basic income, if it's $2,000 a month, all of a sudden rent will be $4,000 a month or $3,000 a month, and they'll be taking it all from us. So we gotta, put these protections in place. So guarantee counsel for tenants. Prohibit eviction and refusals to renew without good cause. So, just some basic, she goes into like ending housing discrimination, fighting against racial redlining. She wants to end redlining once and for all, she says, and it has some. So we're talking about substantive, policies that actually back this idea of housing as a human right. So not just using the rhetoric of housing as a human right, but actually backing it up with substantive policies. One more thing I'll highlight in combating climate change, right out of the gate, a Green New Deal. Enact the Green New Deal and transform our energy system to end the extraction of and dependence on fossil fuels. Eliminate carbon emissions from our transportation system. Rebuild our infrastructure to create green buildings and ensure it can withstand the ramifications of climate change we're already facing, and then provide assistance to states and municipalities that want to create publicly owned green utilities providers. Beautiful. I live in a town that has a, municipal utilities. It's amazing. We pay far less, like half the price for internet than we would pay under, say, sorry, my phone dropped. We pay about half the price that we would pay for internet under, say, a Comcast or anything like that. And also the service is far better. Same goes for our electricity, and it's less expensive and a better service. So, and better jobs that it's providing. So, and even under climate justice, she talks about things like enacting Medicare for all and understands the intersection of these policies and why they're so important to enact not just one, but all of these policies. We're facing existential crises. We need existential, policies to combat that. So, we're facing radical crises. We need radical policy to combat it. So I certainly approve of her platform here. Now let's just take a look at, Chris Coons' policies here. We'll just take a look at a few and do a quick comparison here. So here are Chris Coons' priorities, and we'll just look through a few. One thing I just want to note, if you can see this page that we're looking at, he puts his policy platform in alphabetical order. I'm sorry, I know this is like a small point to make, but that just sends out a small signal to me that you don't have any real priorities. Like, you shouldn't be writing your priorities out in alphabetical order. You should have a priority list and show me how you prioritize your priorities, because you cannot fight on all these fronts in Congress. I don't care how good you are. You need to have a list of priorities. You need to tell me what is most important to you. And so, just a weird side note, just me being a bit silly, but also I feel like it's a slightly valid point here. So I just want to compare their healthcare. Let's just compare on the front of healthcare. He says, improving the ACA. All right, I'm done. I quit. That's it. Like, improving the ACA. That's as far as he goes. That's it. He goes on after that. After improving the ACA, he goes on to combating the opioid crisis, supporting, NIH, National Institutes of Health, providing and promoting end of life care. Like, he's just not a single mention of the words Medicare for all. Not a single. I don't think he even tries to use the term universal health care. He doesn't even use the term universal health care. All right. So this is somebody who there is zero chance this guy is going to be fighting for you for universal health care, single payer health care, Medicare for all. He will not fight for you. He will likely oppose it or won't even vote in favor of it unless, for some wild reasons, all of a sudden Republicans start support it. Because why? I just don't get that. It just, I'm going to get into that. But why? Why do you need Republicans to support something to support it? Like, that's not what your constituents hired you to do. They hired you. They elected you as a Democrat. They don't need you to be concerned about what the Republicans. You're supposed to be in opposition to the Republicans. How can you stand opposed to them when you need them to support anything that you will support? That's not opposition. That's when the Republicans are an opposition party. They actually oppose the Democrats at all costs. But when the Democrats are the opposition party, they do this weak resistance. They don't actually oppose them. They sign off on every military budgets of Donald Trump's, and don't just sign off on it, but they gave him more money than he even asked for. 2 years ago, they gave him more money than he asked for by $70 billion, $78 billion, I believe it was. And folks like Elizabeth Warren signed off on that. So it just trips me up. It bugs me to my core. So So that's, Chris Coons on healthcare. He does not support Medicare for all. Energy and the environment, you'll see just as comparisons, preparing for climate change. Like, that's all that he can say. That's his big thing. He will prepare for climate change. He won't try to stop it. He'll just prepare for it. We'll just get you ready for it. We'll get you a couple extra ice buckets to cool yourself down while, a bucket of water. He'll roll through, maybe give you an extra bucket of water to throw on those wildfires that are ravaging California right now. He'll preparing for climate change. I'm sorry, but we got to do better than just preparing for climate change. Of course, we should be preparing for climate change. That should go without saying. We should be doing a whole lot more to not just prepare for it, but to try to fight against it, try to stop it from happening anymore. That's possible as well, but not with this kind of weakness right here. So preparing for climate change. That's as far as he'll go on climate change. Whatever. He says climate change is one of the most important challenges facing our nation and the world. To mitigate its impact, Senator Coons believes that we must act quickly to reduce the amount of global warming gases released into the atmosphere, while also ensuring that our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions provide opportunities for economic growth and blah, blah. Economic growth. It's all about, we got to worry about economic growth. That's what we got to be concerned about. We're trying to save our planet, save, a planet from destruction, but we got to be concerned about how it promotes economic growth. Disgusting. So there's Chris Coons, and I'll show you one more plank on his platform here, which is his law enforcement and criminal justice plank of his platform. He says, standing with law enforcement and promoting fairness in our criminal justice system. So right out of the gate, he's standing with law enforcement. Doesn't want to stand with all the people, with all the black and brown, indigenous people disproportionately. And let's note, indigenous people are murdered at the highest rate by the most disproportionately by cops. It's not black people, it's indigenous people, and then it's black people. And he wants to stand with law enforcement, not stand with all the people murdered by law enforcement unjustly in this society. No. Right out of the gate, number one issue, he wants to stand with law enforcement. And he says, our nation's law enforcement officers are on the front lines of keeping our community safe. Whose motherfucking communities are they keeping safe? Because they ain't keeping my community safe. I'll tell you that much. Law enforcement ain't keeping my community safe. All right. I don't feel safer. with these cops in my community. All right. They don't keep black people. They're not keeping black communities safe. All right. They both over police black communities and they under police black communities. All right. They over police us in the sense of murdering us, indiscriminately. Without any accountability. They over police us. They do stop and frisk. They do broken windows policing policies. So they both over police us in those areas. We get stopped, even though black people, possess drugs at a similar or lower rate than white people in America. They are at least 4 times as likely to be stopped for, say, to be arrested for on possession of cannabis than their white, compatriot who is equally or more likely to be possessing, paraphernalia or whatever you want to call it. So, he's talking about keeping communities safe. It's so tone deaf to the reality and what the moment is like. You can really sit here and say cops keeping community safe, and look at them, look at the police brutality, look at what's going on with all these protests and who is instigating violence in the case of all these protests. And so to talk about cops keeping our community safe is it just straight up offends me. So I will say that Jessica Scarane doesn't have a plank of her platform around criminal justice reform. I would have loved to see the words defund the police in there. Defunding the police is about, and we're going to talk about this more later. We'll connect this to some of our stories, the stories that we'll talk about later, that will get into specific incidents of police brutality and show you why, in my opinion, we need to be defunding the police and diverting those resources into other social services. And so, here he is defending cops, standing with cops, saying, that, the cops are on the front line, and just completely ignoring the reality of the pain of people in our society right now. And what's clearly being shown by these mass protests in the wake of George Floyd, Kenosha protests around Jacob Blake, to be so tone deaf, to say something like this is just, it's insulting, and it pisses me off. But so that's the difference of these platforms. This is the difference that we're dealing with here between a Jessica Scarane and a Chris Coons. It's night and day. It's apples to oranges here. There's no doubt in my mind, Jessica Scarane is clearly the better candidate. And it's why I'm doing what I can to support in leading up to her election next week. It's next Tuesday, September 15th. So if you can donate, there's a link in the description box below for Jessica Scarane, or if you have it in you to volunteer, that is the best and most effective way to help a candidate, especially these progressive candidates. Their funding, they just cannot compete in funding with these corporate back candidates. And so we are at a massive disadvantage. And it's something that we have to know and be aware of, that like Alex Morris recently in Massachusetts 1st District, he ran against the number one corporate back candidate in all of Congress, Republican or Democrat. And he lost his election 60. He earned 40% of the vote. And some people might look at that and scoff at that. Oh, he lost 60 to 40. He lost by 20 points. No, that is a massive success. And that's only his first time running against this corporate candidate. And now Cori Bush, didn't do that great in her first election. She won her second election. I hope that folks like Alex Morris will come back for a second, run, because there's so much power behind these establishment candidates. We got to recognize why it's such an uphill battle to take down these establishment candidates. In Congress, they have so much power behind them just financially. And so let's take a look at the fundraising difference between Jessica Scarane and Chris Coons here. So let me just show you on opensecrets.org. It's a great website. If you don't utilize it, you should. Opensecrets.org is where you can go. You can look up any candidate and you can see exactly every candidate has to file with the FEC to the Federal Election Commission. They have to file their quarterly reports about all of their fundraising. So they have to say where their money's coming from. Now, of course, they can accept money from corporate PACs or from PACs, that super PACs, that you do not have to say who is donating to the super PAC. So all you have to say is which super PAC is donating, but the super PAC does not have to reveal its list of donors. So that's why we should not be supporting candidates who are backed by, corporate PACs in particular, but really any super PAC we should be wary of. Even, if it's a union super PAC or another super PAC like that, we should try to be wary of those sorts of things. But definitely their super PACs are a massive red flag and should immediately tell you that candidate is not going to listen to their constituents. They're going to listen to their corporate PAC donors, essentially. So let's take a look at opensecrets.org for the fundraising numbers between Jessica Scarane and Chris Coons, and you'll see the stark contrast between the two here. So you can see here on Open Secrets that let me just see. Here we go. So you can see here, this is the 2020 cycle for the Delaware Senate race here, congressional primary. So you can see right up at the top here, Chris Coons, Jessica Scarane has raised all total $323,523. So about $323,000. And Chris Coons, on the other hand, has raised to her $320,000. He has raised $6 million. So that is nearly 20 times. That's a nearly 20-to-1 fundraising difference. Okay, so he spent $4 million. She spent $173,000. So she spent less than he spent more than 20 times what she spent already. So she's facing an uphill battle, and we gotta recognize and realize this. What we have are the people. They have money. We have people, right? So we have the people. They have the money. So this is really, it's an uphill battle here. This is a massive uphill battle for her to face. Now, don't get too down about this. Plenty of progressives have been able to win with differentials like these, being outspent 10-to-1. There was a recent example of someone being outspent. I believe it was Marquita Bradshaw was outspent 250-to-1 in a Senate election, and she won. Okay, so she won a Senate election after being outraised 250 to 1. And I'm spacing right now on where her Senate election happened at. My brain says Ohio, but I could be wrong about that. So Missouri, maybe. I'll find out where Marquita Bradshaw ran, but she spent about $8,000 and she won a Senate primary, the Democratic primary there. Okay, so spending $8,000, she beat out a candidate who spent $2.5 million. All right, so there's like or $2 million, I believe it was. So he spent about $2 million. She spent about $8,000 or so. And she managed to win her Senate primary. So it can be done, especially in these smaller states like a Delaware. It can certainly be done. So, all right. So, this is just something, it's an important note to make. You got to be wary of the way that these corporate-backed candidates are able to fundraise. They do these big dollar fundraisers. They take money from corporate PACs. You can see where Chris Coons gets his money from as well. Actually, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at where Chris Coons' money comes from. So you can see this on Open Secrets. You can see this, and his top industries from 2015 to 2020: lawyers and law firms, and securities and investment. That's Wall Street right there. So securities investment, that's Wall Street. So Wall Street is his number 2. Lawyers and law firms, legal, these are legal lobbyists essentially, who are, folks, corporate lawyers essentially are backing his campaign. And then also, securities investments, Wall Street is his top beneficiaries, right? And you can see things like, let's see, top industries here, his top 5 industries. So his top 5 industries, you'll see 4 out of his top 5 here. Lawyers and law firms. All right. Securities investment, Wall Street. Wall Street's the number 2. Real estate is his number 3. Number 4, pharmaceuticals and health products. So you're talking top 4 out of the top 5. Then leadership PACs is the next one. It's PAC money. I'd have to dig deeper into that. Don't have time right now to delve deeper into that. But you see where he's getting his money from. Chris Coons' money is coming from, corporate lawyers, Wall Street, real estate, and pharmaceutical industry. So who do you think that he's going to represent? And significant portions of it come from PACs, but also a lot of it says comes from individuals, which you'll see they will break down large individual contributions versus small individual contributions, right? So this is for Chris Coons. And you can see that, sorry for this thing that's just like sitting up on my screen here. I apologize, but you can see here, large individual corporate contributions for Chris Coons. 64% of his money comes from large individual contributions. 30% comes from PAC contributions. So 95% of his funding comes from large individual contributions, and those are more than $200. And let me tell you, average working class people not spending more than $200 on a campaign. Those are wealthy folks that are paying into his campaign. That's 65%, and then you have PAC contributions are 31%, right? So 64% large individual, 30% PAC contributions. 95% of his funding is coming from large individual contributions. Only 4% of his funding comes from small individual contributions. And still, even with all the money he's getting from these PACs and wealthy donors, he still feels the need to drop $70,000 of his own dollars into it, which is literally that is about a quarter of what Scarane was able to raise in total. So he was able to just fund out of his own pocket. So he's just able to pull that out of his back pocket. 25% of what Scarane was able to raise all total. If you'd like to see the difference between his and Jessica Scarane's, unfortunately, they don't have, for whatever reason, I'll have to find. I'll try to pull up hers. But I can tell you, she doesn't accept money from corporate PACs. All of her money is being raised from small dollar donations. So that's the difference between Jess Scarane and Chris Coons and their funding and where they're getting their funding from. So I it's night and day. Like I said, Jessica Scarane is a person of the people. She is somebody that is going to represent the people and her constituents and working class people and fight for, progressive values where the Democratic base is actually at. And Chris Coons will fight against all of that. So if you can, please support Jessica Scarane. You'll find a link to her where you can donate to Jessica Scarane in the description box below. She's at jessfordelaware.com. So you can go and you can find her website at jessfordelaware, FOR Delaware.com. And you can see her issues page there, learn more about her, find her donation page through her website. So please show some support, volunteer, donate, whatever you can do. It is an important race. Now, I will say something that I wanted to know. Of course, the article that we read from earlier, the Intercept article from Ryan Grimm, that was from back in November. That was when Bernie Sanders was still in the race and Medicare for All had a real chance to pass. I personally do not believe that under Joe Biden, we have much of any chance. I'd say it's a 1% chance, maybe at best. And I honestly don't know that the chance is any different under a Donald Trump, because Joe Biden has said that he will veto Medicare for all. Donald Trump never said that he would veto Medicare for all. So there you go. I mean, it's just it's a tough one to try to say. People think that you can push Joe Biden and he'll have to bend to Democrats. Why? He's a one-term president. Everybody's talking about all the dangerous stuff that Trump will do because he only has one term left and he doesn't have to worry about re-election. Well, guess what? Joe Biden has already said that he's going to be a one-term president. So sorry, I got to get this phone off of my lap because it just keeps falling. I can't do this. So Joe Biden has said he's going to be a one-term president. What's going to stop him from, let me get rid of it. All right. Sorry. So Joe Biden's already said that he's going to be a one-term president, and he has no reason he doesn't need to worry about re-election. He's not concerned about re-election. Joe Biden doesn't care about getting re-elected. He's not going to make it past 4 years. So if Joe Biden gets elected, you got 4 years under Joe Biden where he has no accountability. He doesn't care for re-election. So he has nothing. Why? If he's not willing to bend to the left right now, if he's not made even a gesture to bend to the left, why, when he has all the power of the presidency now, when he has all the power now, why then? Why does he fold then? Why does he suddenly shift to the left then when he's completely hostile to the left right now, when he needs to be pandering to the left to get our votes, right? If he had pandered and he had pretended like he supported Medicare for all, universal health care, he might have tricked me into getting he might have tricked me out of my vote. He might have got my vote if he had even done that, but he's not even willing to pander, right? He straight up told young people, I got no empathy for you, right? He's not going to forgive our student loan debt. He's the reason that we have the student loan debt in the first place, right? So the idea that Joe Biden is suddenly going to be moved over to the left after he takes power, when he has no reason to, like, he's not going to be up for re-election in 4 years. He's got no reason to do it. So if you can't push him now and you can't move Joe Biden right now, just let me revise that. There is 0% chance that Medicare for all passes under Joe Biden. All right. You can hear me now, quote me later. Like, you come back here and you can pull up this video of me and you can embarrass me and play it over and over and be like, Kamali, you were so wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I pray that I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. Trust me. I want to be wrong because I want Medicare for all, desperately want Medicare for all. I fight for it. I want it so badly, and I will do whatever I can to fight in that direction. But I believe that trying to fight Joe Biden for it after he's elected is going to be an effective strategy? No, I think that if we couldn't get the concession now before he gets elected and to get him to at least agree with these task forces that he did and those sorts of things, do I think that he's going to come around later to it after he has all the power, he's the most powerful person on the entire planet? Then you're going to convince somebody, then you're going to move them over to your position. Why? He needs your vote right now. He needs your vote, and that's all he needs from you. That's the last thing. That's all he needs from you is your vote. And he's not willing to even pretend like he supports the things you support just to get your vote. So, but to think that you're going to move him, so that argument does not work with me. I'll take, people that make the argument about Joe Biden and just Trump being so much more dangerous and he's a threat to, all the, that's a better try to make that argument. Better to make that argument with me, but not the we're going to push Joe Biden to the left or he's a better person to fight than Donald Trump thing. No, the fight you need to have is in Congress, essentially. I think that you have a better chance of forcing Donald Trump to sign off on Medicare for all than Joe Biden. That's my hot take. That's my crazy hot take. That's what I believe. Why do I believe that? Because one person has at least pandered to the idea of universal health care. Donald Trump, go look at his 2016 campaign. He was talking about, I'm not going to cut your Medicare. I'm not going to cut your Medicaid. I'm not going to cut your Social Security. We're going to expand. We're going to give everybody health care, he said. We're going to give everybody health care, right? Like he's at least willing to pander. Joe Biden doesn't even pander. He doesn't even play that. He doesn't feel like he even needs to kowtow to you. So the left thinking that they're going to push Joe Biden after he's elected. And I'll be right because y'all are my comrades. I'll be out there. I'll join y'all sometimes. I'll fight along. I'll go out there for the protests. And I'll be out there with you. I'll be out there. I'll be out there covering it if I can from a journalistic standpoint and also trying to support the cause, trying to support the movement. I'll be out there right alongside you. But I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think the time you push Joe Biden is right now. If you're going to push Joe Biden at all, you better push him right now. And you do so by threatening to withhold your vote. You say, if you do not agree in writing to these, and the Democratic Party platform is not even, they don't even have to commit to it. It's non-committal. And they still did not put Medicare for all on the party platform. At least in 2016, they got it on the platform. They didn't get it on the platform this time. They did not get a Green New Deal on the party platform. So to think that you're going to suddenly, the platform that they don't even have to commit to, we couldn't even get them to put it on there. We couldn't even get them to say the words Medicare for all in the statement that they made after they did the healthcare task force for Joe Biden and the progressives and Bernie's, co-chaired task forces, and just get out of here with that. So, all right. So, we'll take some comments in a moment. I'm gonna. Will it's just I want to make sure that we don't fall for any of these traps or get our hopes too high. I love Cornel West, and Cornel West says it's not enough to just have hope. You have to be a hope. And I want to be a hope. I really do. I genuinely, let me get serious face right now. I want to be a hope. I want to be able to provide people hope. But I can't do it being insincere or inauthentic. I can't do that. I feel a need to tell the truth, but so we want to have hope, and I want to be able to give us hope. My hope, and the place that I have hope in, is in building radical democracy. That's where I see hope. That's where I see the hope. And so I will try to spread that hope to others, because I feel like if we tie too much of our hopes to electoral politics, we will be let down over and over and over and over and over again. And so if you are tired of being let down by electoral politics, it doesn't mean let's throw away electoral politics. We're going to completely ignore it. We're not going to participate in it. No, there's some power there, and we can't just see power over there in the electoral realm. We got to try to fight on multiple fronts, right? If we can, but figure out where to prioritize our time for sure, because some of these efforts are starting to feel like they are just for show, and they are, they're failed. They're just for show. They're cosmetic, and it's not going to win us substantive rights. So we got to figure out where to focus our energy on the left here. And it's something that I hope it's going to be one of the things that we have to wrestle with over the coming weeks and months and years, really, is what are we doing to actually build power and to change these systems? Because expecting a system to reform itself or to fight for change within a system, I think just show me some real examples of that sort of stuff, providing substantive, changes in betterment in people's lives, then sure. You can talk about things, the civil rights movement, women's suffrage, and things like that, right? But even then, right, in the case of like women's suffrage, there was the Women's Party, and people fought from outside of the system. They tried to fight, electoral politics, but from outside the two-party system, right? Marianne Williamson pointed this out at the People's Convention. The abolitionist movement for slavery. It wasn't started by one of the major two parties. It was started by the abolitionist party, right? So social security wasn't wasn't fought for initially by one of the major parties. It was fought for by the socialist party. So it's been third parties always playing, but they don't get the glory in the way that it's written in history, because they would like to maintain the two-party system and they don't want to tell you that sort of history. So there's no focus put on them. And we feel like, oh, third parties are just spoilers and these sort of things. And I'm not saying that third parties are necessarily the way out. I honestly just don't think that third parties are necessarily going to be a winning strategy either. I just think that the way that we gain power is by first building up democratic institutions are on our own, locally, within our communities, within our workplaces, and then we can expand that democracy outward. But we got to start by building democratic workplaces, and that is a part of the mission here. We are, building democracy in the workplace here at Radical Democracy. We are not just, it's not about just a name only. We really believe what we're talking about, and so we are building a democratic workplace here. And if you would like to support that, please do us a favor and head over to our Patreon, subscribe for as low as $1 a month. We need to get more Patreon subscribers. Patreon.com/radical democracy. I really need you. There's a link in the description box below. If you are like me and you are too lazy to type that out, then please just head over to head to the description box below this video. Click the link in the description box and just subscribe. Sign up for as low as $1 a month. You can cancel anytime. So you can cancel anytime. All you got to do is commit to $1 right now. So if you can commit to $1 for 1 month right now, please do us that massive favor and go support the show. It's the only way that we can continue to exist and can grow the show is if it's funded. Otherwise, you just got to spend too much time working a 9-to-5 job to be able to produce a show like this. This is a full-time job to produce a show like this. It has truly become like a full-time job at this stage. And so, I don't have yet full-time wage income coming in from our Patreon donations, for myself or for Tammy, our producer. We need to grow the channel in order to be able to sustain. So please support the show. Patreon.com/radical democracy. You can also drop us a one-time tip. You don't have to sign up for an account or anything like that. If you head over to coffee.com/radical democracy, that's ko-fi.com/radical democracy. There's a link in the description box to that as well. So please drop us a tip. If we see any coffee tips come in, we will shout you out. We will read any comments that we see come in. And so, speaking of comments, before we get to our next stories, I wonder if we have any comments that we would like to get to here. And if you would like, we got Tammy, our producer, in the background here, always holding it down for us. So if you would like to help us get Tammy a mic, please drop us a few dollars at coffee.com/radical democracy. We have a goal up there, $150 to get Tammy a mic. She often has to chat on these podcasts, and instead of having to relay her words through me and leave these gaps of just blank space on air, we'd like to get her just chatting in here first to start. And we'll eventually get our camera and full video set up and get her on video as well. But for now, just to have her voice in here would be great. And so we need to get her a mic in order to do so. We're looking at just a inexpensive Blue Yeti mic. It's pretty much the lowest price on the market that you can get for a decent, basically decent, acceptable mic. It's what I use right here. Blue Yeti, $140 pretty much plus tax. And so please support this initiative by dropping us a few bucks, whatever you can afford, at coffee.com/radical democracy, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. All right. So do we have a few comments that we want to get to?
We do, but Ben and Shin can't see each other's messages for some reason.
Oh, that's very interesting. So we're having some weird thing going on in our chat, apparently, where some of our users can't see each other's messages. So I apologize for that, but let's just get to some comments and we'll try to figure that out later. I'm sorry about that, Ben and Shin. I don't know why you can't see each other's messages. I can certainly see everyone's messages coming in. I'm sorry that that's happening. That's really weird. and really annoying, but that's not going to be on us, really. That's a YouTube issue there. So that's YouTube screwing something up. Yeah, we see all of it. I don't think that...
I also see it on the regular YouTube, not just in the stream.
Yeah, so everything's... We'll deal with that later. We'll address that later. There's really nothing we can do about it right now, unfortunately. Just to keep the show rolling along, let's get... Yeah, we can show your comments. You'll be able to see them through us showing them on the screen and stuff. So, hopefully you can communicate there. But can we push along and grab some? Okay, so Mark McKeever says, no, you're right. The GOP held our Supreme Court pick hostage. Fuck them. Exactly. Like they do this, and they always show strength in that sense, right? And it's always strength to back corporate interests, but they will show strength in that realm of they will do everything to fight against Democrats, and they will not follow any kind of processes. They don't follow any kind of fair processes. The Republicans, when they're in power or when they're out of power and when they're the opposition party, they do everything, and the Democrats leave all these things in place, and then as soon as the Republicans get into power, they just completely tear all that up and they just trample right around it. And then as soon as Democrats get back into power, they go, oh, we got to stitch that all back up and we got to follow all the processes because we don't want to be like the Republicans. And what happens all the while? The entire country just keeps sliding to the right. And so it just keeps happening over and over and over, and it will continue to happen until we fundamentally change the system, because the system is set up as it is, and it's incredibly hard to break that system. So it's particularly from within the system. So Shin Sung says, Bernie Sanders worked with some Republicans to end the war in Yemen. Working with Republicans is fine as long as it's on your terms. Of course. Bernie Sanders is a master at this. He was called the Amendment King, and Bernie Sanders does this. And this is where, so I don't want to, I won't say that it's 100% always the case. We should always have nuance, right? There should always be nuance, but it's particularly folks that are actual progressives, like, Bernie Sanders, or I've seen other ones. I've seen, somebody signed on, I think Pramila Jayapal, and Rashida Tlaib signed on with, like, Josh Hawley is an actual Republican that we can agree on some economic issues. There are some, economic sort of libertarian, or they're actually left wing, pro-worker, at least let's just call it pro-worker issues that some moderate Republicans, and or so to speak, or I don't even know if they'll call them moderates. They're probably considered extremists on their side, the actual moderates from the ideological perspective, but we can work with them. Josh Hawley is one who was in support of, like, things like a universal basic income. And so we, as recently, in these past few months, there are certainly places, and Bernie Sanders has proven that. You can see there's a Rolling Stone article called Bernie the Amendment King that you can look up, and it shows you a lot of those bills that Bernie Sanders did, and he does it behind the scenes often. He doesn't do it for the glory. There was a Republican congressperson that came out and said, yeah, I used to work with Bernie all the time. And in one case, he even told him, don't put my name on the bill because I don't want my name being on there to get in the way of this actually passing, because it'll get Republican support, because you get a few of them that actually have a sort of pro-worker libertarian kind of mindset, and every once in a while they'll show some sort of principled take on that. And yes, there is anti-war stances are one of them that we can often find some alignment with. I don't pretend like on here, like, there's some right-wingers may take a liking to some things that I say, or like I've highlighted Ammon Bundy, the right-wing militia guy who had that Bundy standoff against the Obama's federal government, and like I'm in solidarity with folks like that, and like folks on the right that we can stand together on certain issues. And so absolutely, it's not just across the board all Republicans are evil, all it's just that by and large, when you hear about bipartisanship, the places that's being used is when it's a corporate friendly bipartisanship that is anti-worker, is when you really see them banding together. And so, yes, absolutely, there are plenty of cases. The war in Yemen is a perfect example of that, when we got bipartisan support for anti-war, because with anti-war, it's like, that's supposed to be the conservative mindset, is like, let's not waste money on foreign wars that have nothing to do with keeping American citizens safe. So yeah, I certainly agree with that, Shin. Ben 2K says, would Obama have put in a true lefty or a centrist if Ruth had resigned? Oh, he would have put in a centrist. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Obama would have put in a centrist. That's the sad thing. This is the crazy thing. It's like, and this is how the shift to the right happens, right? Because the left and the Democrats, in order to constantly placate Republicans, will compromise, right? And what does that mean? They move a little bit to the right, and then and what happens? They move a little bit to the right to meet. So there's this funny graphic too that represents this, but it's like the Republicans and the Democrats standing on either side of the image, and like it's Obama, and Mitch McConnell. He's like, okay, I'll meet you halfway, and Obama steps over halfway, and then the Republicans just stay pat, right? And so Obama's like, all right, I'll meet you halfway, and then he moves over again halfway, right? And that keeps on happening, right? And then they start stepping back further to the right, right? And that's all they have to do, because you say, I'm going to compromise. And if your ideology is centrism, if you say, I want to, I only want some people to be homeless, I only want some people to be poor, I only want some people to die without health insurance, I'm sorry, but that's not a compromise that I'm willing to make. That's not where I want to be compromising and finding bipartisan support. And so, yeah, Obama here, he would have, this is what they do. The right, holds on to their position. The left tries to meet them halfway. So he meets them halfway. He nominates the most centrist, down the line centrist pro-corporate judge that he can, that should have gotten support from Republicans and Democrats. There's no, he's pro-corporate. It wasn't like some liberal or something like that. He's not even as left as Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and the Republicans wouldn't let that through. So Obama, yes, he only put through centrist, and he only would have put through centrist, and centrist in the sense we can call them centrist. They almost are honestly right leaning. They're center right. A lot of these justices, when you get down to corporate issues, look at them on issues of labor. Just look at their stances on issues of labor. RBG is no labor friendly judge, really. Like, look at her record as well. So these are pro corporate justices all the way down the line. And so, yeah, Obama would have just put another centrist on there. And when we say centrist, it's not even like these are pro-corporate justices. That's what Obama would have put onto the Supreme Court. So yeah, but it could have been at least a little better than what, Neil Gorsuch or Brett Kavanaugh, that's for sure. So Shin Sung says, Tammy, we should pack the court. I totally agree with this. I think that I believe in a court packing strategy. Why? Because if we don't do it, and hear me now, quote me later, if we don't pack the courts now, the Republicans will eventually, they're just too dumb to have figured it out yet, but they know that's on in their eyesight now, because the left has started to talk about it, and now they have that in their eyesight. Trust me, they will do it. If we don't do it, they will. And the thing about the courts is that it hasn't kept up with the population of the country. We've had 9 Supreme Court justices since the inception of this country. So even though our population has grown by 10 times, if the court had kept up with, if the Supreme Court had kept up with the population, and we had as many justices to be proportional to the population, the Supreme Court justice to population proportion, if that had remained proportional, we would have over 100 Supreme Court justices. And the crazy thing is that federal judges and federal courts, they don't have 9. They have 27, I think, is the average for federal courts. So the other federal courts, they don't do 9 justices. Why only 9? Why does it have to be 9? It doesn't have to be 9. It shouldn't be 9. In fact, by having only 9 Supreme Court justices, it slows down the ability for the Supreme Court to even rule on legislation. Why? Why are we limiting that? Why should we not? We are in the midst of crises. We need the Supreme Court. We need our courts to be able to rule on these things quicker. We should just hire more justices. They can see more cases. They can oversee more cases. There are whole systems, and somebody wrote a book on this. I'm spacing on their name, about why we should be using this court packing strategy. All we would have to do is just start to increase the number of Supreme Court justices to keep up with the population increase. And if we did that, or just match the federal courts, at least have 27 justices, right? And then we would have the space to then put on 18 justices, and we should put on 18 pro-labor, pro worker, pro-labor justices. But, that's not going to happen with any establishment Democrat. I don't want Joe Biden packing the courts. I'm all set on that. I don't want the next Democrat, I don't want this next iteration of the Democrats packing the courts because they'll pack it with all corporatists. I don't want that. If Bernie Sanders was in power, yes, I would support a court packing strategy. And court packings just make it even. Right now, 9 Supreme Court justices are pro-corporate, right? All 9 of them are pro-corporate. Let's just get some, class representation on this in our Supreme Court. That's all we're asking for. It's not like we're, trying to pack it with just Democrats or something like that. Give me some pro-labor Republicans. I don't care. I'll take that. But I would want progressive, pro-labor justices to pack the courts, and we're not going to get that through a Joe Biden presidency. So definitely not under Joe Biden. I don't want to see the courts getting packed. But yes, I would like to see that from progressives in the future and make a real push to make our Supreme Court fair to working class people. I don't see any issue with that, and anything around decorum or norms. Just fuck out of here with that. Okay, so Mark McKeever says, I've said it before, the Dem Party is pulling fundraising money in record numbers because of President Sump Pump. They don't want to fight the way we need because of greed and power in many facets. Yeah, the Dem Party, he said, Mark says the Dem Party is pulling fundraising money in record numbers because of Donald Trump. So they don't want to fight the way we need because it benefits them, right? If they can raise money against Donald Trump, right, they can just email out their email base and they can say, Donald Trump is such a threat to democracy, and Donald Trump is so terrible. And look at this recent Donald Trump tweet. Isn't Donald Trump so horrible? Donate now, donate fast, right? They do it all the time, and they're able to raise tons of money against Donald Trump. So it's beneficial to them to leave him in power. They're not that concerned. They were much more concerned about Bernie Sanders getting power because Bernie Sanders would have actually dismantled the Democratic Party apparatus in that sense, and that the consulting class would have been obliterated under Bernie Sanders because the president takes control over the Democratic National Committee, and so they take control over the DNC, and they would have been eradicated under Bernie Sanders. And they were all so afraid, those pro-corporate, the lobbyist class, they were all so afraid of Bernie Sanders that they all band together, right wing, left wing. They will all come together to fight against the Bernie Sanders because they do not want that to become the normal. And so, yes, it absolutely benefits the Democrats to keep somebody like a Donald Trump in power. That's why you don't see them fighting him that hard. They don't resist. They talk about hashtag resistance, but they give him they sign off on every single military budget he proposes. They sign off on it. They have, done nothing to. They've empowered him through. They're not resisting on any actual real front. They sign off on all of his judges. They've allowed all of his justices to go through. So, he's fast-tracked federal judges, and they just sign off on it with Mitch McConnell. Chuck Schumer makes deals with Mitch McConnell all the time to fast-track all these judges. So, yeah, it's absolutely in the name of just greed and power. All they care about is holding power, the Democrats, but they don't care what they do with the power. They just care about, and same for the Republicans, of course. I mean, but they care more about what they do with the power in the sense of doing terrible, horrendous, awful stuff. But like the Democrats, they just want power for the sake of power. They don't want to do anything with the power. They just want to get it. And so, yeah, thank you for that comment. I totally agree with you, Mark McKeever. Walter Connolly says, what do you think of Tim Scott? Yeah, I think he's a fucking piece of shit. Like, Tim Scott is garbage. The dude's dirt. Like, what do I think of Tim Scott? I think he's trash. You know what? He's a black Republican. Like, he's garbage. Republican Tim Scott, he's a black Republican. What need I say anymore? Like, what the hell? Like, that's what I think of Tim Scott, black Republican. Watch the Key and Peele sketch to see what I think about the black Republicans. Like, he's garbage. He's just used by the Republicans to try to claim, like, weaponize his identity. So he'll come out and he'll be pro law enforcement and against all these, do all these things to be anti, like, Black Lives Matter sort of stuff, and they'll eat that stuff up. And so, yeah, Tim Scott is garbage. He's your run of the mill. He's you got to be, in order to be successful as like a marginalized Republican, for somebody from a marginalized identity, you have to be even more horrendous. Like, you have to be exceptionally horrendous in order to win. So Tim Scott is a black Republican, and he's everything that you would think from a black Republican, especially in this particular iteration of the pro-Trump Republicanism. So,
Shout out to Key and Peele skit.
oh yeah, I did. I just did. Oh yeah, Tammy over there. She's focused on a ton of stuff. So that's okay though. That's okay. Tammy says so Shin Sung says, did you know Massachusetts is the health insured state? To be specific, I mean that Massachusetts is the state that has the highest percentage of people who are insured. Yeah, you do. I mean, we have. I don't know the significance that you're pointing out there, other than just that, like, we have something like a public option here, you know, but it's terrible. And I'm on it right now. I've used it. I've been kicked off of it repeatedly while unemployed. So, you know, marginalized folks on the same Massachusetts health insurance system, it's Romney Care essentially. It's it's Obamacare. It's just a state version of Obamacare. If you use private-based health insurance when you have a job, if you lose your job or you make so little money from your job, if you have very low income, you can apply for mass health benefits, but it's a whole mess. And my therapist just stopped accepting mass health insurance. So I've never been able to stick with the therapist for more than 1 year. And I'm now having to find new healthcare professionals now, because mass health is not accepted everywhere. It doesn't mean that it gets accepted everywhere. So yeah, I'm here in Massachusetts. We certainly, that sounds like it could be accurate. Still not enough. Still people are dying without health insurance here every year. So just should show people a public option will not go far enough. A public option will not work. And in fact, they will find ways, even on a public option, to try to push you off of the public option. And they'll have all kinds of loopholes and obstacles for you to jump over in order to get mass health. So, or in order to get that public option. So nothing short of universal health care, nothing short of a single payer healthcare system is acceptable in my eyes. All right. Thanks for the comment, Shin Sung. Dropping some knowledge about my own home state on me. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. For everyone that is just joining us, if you haven't already, please immediately do me a favor and hit that like button. Do us a favor and hit that like button. Help the stream to be seen by more people. Just hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed to the channel. Hit that subscribe button and the bell to receive all the notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. If you want to, if you're worried about subscribing and your concern is like, oh, I don't want to receive notifications every time a video's launched, you can subscribe, but then just hit the bell and choose none to receive no notifications. Totally fine with that. That just gives you the power to check on YouTube whenever you feel like it, and you don't got to be annoyed by notifications. Totally cool with that too. But hit that subscribe button. Whatever you do need to hit that subscribe button. If you're listening to this, it's the least you can do. Support independent media. Like, just give us a subscribe. All right. I don't know why you're watching and not subscribing. Stop it. Subscribe, please, now. Thank you. But watch anyways, even if you aren't subscribed. But subscribe now, right now. Okay. All right. And to anyone who can afford it, if you haven't already signed up for our Patreon, please support independent left media by subscribing to our Patreon. Support democratic workplaces, patreon.com/radical democracy. And if you'd like to leave a one-time tip and help us get Tammy a mic, then please drop us a tip. We're doing we got a new fundraising goal up for $150, I believe, for Tammy's mic, so that we can get Tammy's voice on the streams and have our producer drop in some comments from time to time there. So would like to make that happen ASAP. So if you can support that cause, please drop us a tip. Coffee.com/radical democracy. You know, and any tip that you drop, just, you know, for whatever reason, it will go towards that goal right now. So please do so. We will shout out any comments and anyone who tips during this live stream. I'm just going to pull up our Patreon as well, just so they have that on deck. All right. Okay. So any more comments that we want to get to, or should we? Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. So let's see what we got next up here, folks. All right. Okay, I think I was going to save that one till later, I believe. So we'll do that one next. And I'll do this later. Hold on.
Postpone the Jimmy Dore thing because some people have chat issues.
Okay.
But it's only Ben and Shin. They can't see each other's messages when they're logged in.
Okay.
But they can see Mark and
Tammy's just pointing out if we're still having issues with the chat, we may postpone the Jimmy Dore conversation till later. If I really want Steve to be in the chat. He's more so around in the evenings though. But we'll see. We'll try it. We may do the conversation now and do another one later so that we can have the folks that are only available at night to still have a conversation about it. We may do a second stream with it with just around the comrade comments a little bit later. So let's do, all right. We got a couple of stories we want to get to. They are, content warning here, stories around police brutality. So we are going to touch on a few of these recent events that have occurred, talk about that, and just, in the context of the defund the police movement and in the wake of all these Black Lives Matter protests, still the assault by police continues. So let me pull up our next story here. Let me just get it queued up. Thank you to everyone for commenting and having a lively chat here today. Always appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here with us. Let me... Oh, okay, one thing, yeah, that's fine. On the Jessica Scarane story, I didn't get to one point that I wanted to make was just some polling that they did. They did do some generic polling in the Jessica Scarane race, and generic female Democrat was beating Chris Coons in the polling back in November. But there's no other polling out on this race that I can find, so it's a really tough one to know what to expect going into the election next Tuesday. So, all right. So next up, I would like to talk about Daniel Prude. He's a 41-year-old Black man from Rochester, New York, who was killed by police back in March. I think you can easily make the argument he was lynched by police, but we'll use the language for now. Killed by police. Murdered by police, murdered by cops. This was let's take a look at the story and then we'll discuss. There was a recent recently the story has new elements of the story have come out recently, and we're going to talk about those. But before we talk about the recent events in this story, I'd first just like to give you some quick background on what happened with Daniel Prude and the events, leading up to and how he was murdered by police, essentially. So let's take a look at that first. This is from a New York Times article, and it's titled "Black Man Died of Suffocation After Officers Put Hood on Him." This is from September 2nd, 2020. And I'm just going to read a little bit from that article. A Black man died of suffocation in Rochester, New York, after police officers who were taking him into custody put a hood over his head and then pressed his face into the pavement for 2 minutes, according to video and records released by his family and local activists on Wednesday. The man, Daniel Prude, 41, died on March 30th, 7 days after his encounter with the police, after being removed from life support, his family said. His death occurred 2 months before the killing in police custody of George Floyd in Minneapolis set off protests across the United States. But it attracted widespread attention only on Wednesday when his family held a news conference to highlight disturbing video footage of the encounter taken from body cameras that the police officers wore. We're not going to watch that footage. I'll be honest with you. Stuff like that is still very, I'll use the word triggering for me. I can't always deal with it. I just can't deal with it right now. So It's too much of it recently, and I just can't handle it personally right now. So I'm not going to put myself through that. So I've watched it once. I'm not going to watch it again. And so we're not going to watch it here. I'll try to be able to bring this to you and present these, but honestly, it's like it's practically murder porn, and I'm still trying to figure out where I stand on showing videos of these kinds of things. I want you to get the news and get the information. I'm not necessarily going to do it at the cost of showing, just in any way glorifying the brutalization of Black and brown bodies in this country. So, the New York State Attorney General, Letitia James, and the Rochester Police Chief said they were investigating the death. Great. Cops investigating. Cops always works out, well. The officers involved are still on the force. So, and again, this article is from September 2nd. We'll hear an update on that soon. Joe Prude, his brother, called 911 on March 23rd after Mr. Prude, Daniel Prude, who was visiting from Chicago, ran out of his home in an erratic state. Mr. Prude had been taken to the hospital the previous day after he apparently began experiencing mental health problems, police reports show. He was running through the street after leaving his brother's home before Rochester police officers detained him. A truck driver also called 911 before officers arrived, according to internal police investigations of the case, to say that a man wearing no clothes was trying to break into a car and saying that he had the coronavirus. The video, first reported by the Democrat and Chronicle of Rochester, shows Mr. Prude, who has taken off his clothes with his hands behind his back. He is standing on the pavement in handcuffs, shouting before officers put a so-called spit hood on his head, apparently in an effort to prevent him from spitting on them. New York was in the early days of the coronavirus pandemic at the time. After the hood is placed over Mr. Prude's head, he becomes more agitated. At one point, he shouts, "Give me that gun, give me that gun," and 3 officers push him to the ground. The video shows one officer placing both hands on Mr. Prude's head and holding him against the pavement, while another places a knee on his back, even as the hood remains on his head. One officer repeatedly tells Mr. Prude to stop spitting and to calm down. After 2 minutes, Mr. Prude is no longer moving or speaking, and the same officer can be heard asking, "You good, man?" The officer then notices that Mr. Prude had thrown up water onto the street. A paramedic is called over about 5 minutes after the officers place the hood on Mr. Prude's head to perform CPR on him before he is put into an ambulance. The Monroe County Medical Examiner ruled Mr. Prude's death a homicide caused by complications of asphyxia and the setting of physical restraint, according to an autopsy report. Excited delirium and acute intoxication by PCP were contributing factors, the report said. The body camera video was provided to Elliot Dolby Shields, a lawyer for Mr. Prude's family, on August 20th through an open records request, and then released to the public Wednesday after he and relatives reviewed the footage. At the news conference on Wednesday, activists and members of Mr. Prude's family said the officers involved should be fired and charged with homicide, the Democrat and Chronicle reported. Joe Prude called the death a cold-blooded murder and said, "How many more brothers got to die for society to understand that this needs to stop?" All right. So that's some of the background on Daniel Prude's case. And as you can, you see here from the story here, he was, 41-year-old Black man. His brother had, made a fatal mistake of calling the cops to come help his brother, who was having a mental health issues and a mental health sort of, episode. And the cop showed up. They said that, Daniel Prude was spitting. He's somebody that's struggling with mental health issues and had in the past, and was having, again, some sort of mental health episode. And they then proceeded to put what they're calling a spit hood over his face. It's like this, looks like a plastic, almost translucent plastic bag over somebody's head, covering their head with a bag. While they're already having a mental health episode. I just want you to try to put yourself in that person's shoes, or, the shoes of a person that is, a family member of them. But also, this is a naked person. So there can be no mistake that this person is unarmed. This is a naked person, empty-handed, naked person who's having a mental health episode, and their response to that is to place a bag over this person's head, pin him to the ground. He puts his hand in a triangular formation and shoves it onto his head and holds his head, shoves his head down into the pavement, holding it there for over 2 minutes with another officer with a knee in their back. And then it doesn't say in this story here, at least it didn't pull up here. I will see later though that they tried to come out and claim that this was they in reports from the police, they claimed that the death was due to drug overdose, essentially, drug complications or a drug overdose. So after we've seen now, later we see a video come out where an officer is pressing his face into the ground while with a hood, with a bag over his head, essentially, pressing his face into the pavement while he's laying there naked, and another officer with his knee in his back. And they then turn around and say, oh, he died from a drug overdose. Similar to what they said with George Floyd. Oh, he had a separate heart issue that just happened to manifest in the midst of being suffocated and held down and asphyxiated. He just so happened to have a different, separate, unrelated cardiac event. So here we have Daniel Prude. This happened in March. We don't find out about it until September, really. August is when the family first came out about it. It doesn't get national attention until September. And here we are, September 9th. It's a week after this article was released. And now let me give you an update on that case here. So and then after we give this update, we'll then really get into some discussion around that. So in this, update on this case. So in an update on this case, now the chief of police and I believe it was 7 other officers, but multiple other officers, the deputy chief of police, the chief of police, and multiple other officers have now resigned in the wake of protests in Rochester around this that started after this came to light, the murder of Daniel Prude. And so I'll share here an article from the New York Times. First, we'll watch a short video where the mayor, Lovely Warren is her name. It will give just a short, this was at a press conference there where she announced these resignations. And so we will hear from the mayor, Lovely Warren, and then read a little bit from the article, and then we'll come back and discuss this story. This is from a September 8th article from the New York Times titled "Rochester Police Chief Resigns After Accusations of Cover-Up in Prude Case." So Rochester's mayor said the police chief and the entire police command were stepping down days after the state attorney general said a grand jury would look into the death of Daniel Prude. So let's watch this video here from the mayor.
I am confirming that Chief Laurent Singletary today announced his retirement along with Commando Morbido. I want to thank Chief Singletary and Commander Morbido for their service, and we appreciate them. I want to assure our Rochester community that the Rochester Police Department will continue to serve and protect our residents and our neighborhoods. Chief Singletary will remain in charge of the department through the end of the month, and I know that he and the officers will fulfill their duties. We have spoken about maintaining our restraint regarding the ongoing protests and ask all involved to remain peaceful. While the timing and tenor of these resignations is difficult, we have faced tough times before. I truly believe that we will get through this. I will be meeting with City Council to chart a path forward. I can assure this community that I am committed to instituting the reforms necessary in our police department. I know that there are many questions, but this just occurred. And honestly, I do not have the answers today. However, I will work diligently with my partners in government to provide those answers and share them with you in the coming days.
We have found some potential double vote.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Mic was muted. So there we have the mayor, Lovely Warren, mayor of Rochester, New York, announcing the resignation of the police chief and the entire police command there, the deputy chief of police as well, and some of the department's highest ranking officials. I'll read a little bit from this article. It says the city's police chief and several of his department's highest ranking officials resigned or were demoted on Tuesday in the aftermath of the death of Daniel Prude, a black man who suffocated after he had been placed in a hood by Rochester police officers and pinned to the ground. The sudden retirements of the police chief, LaRon D. Singletary, the deputy chief, Joseph Morabito, and a commander, as well as the demotions of another deputy chief and commander, came 3 days after the state attorney general announced that she would impanel a grand jury to consider evidence in Mr. Prude's death. Officials in Rochester had not publicly disclosed the death of Mr. Prude, 41, until an open records request by his family prompted the city to turn over officers' body camera footage that revealed his struggle, naked and hooded, at the hands of the police. Mr. Prude's family in recent days has accused officials of covering up his death to protect the officers involved. Chief Singletary, who will step down at the end of September, denied any wrongdoing on the part of any of the officers, even as 7 were suspended last week. As recently as Sunday, suspended with pay, I should add. As recently as Sunday, he vowed to work to improve community relations in the department to prevent this from ever happening again. Mayor Lovely Warren announced the departures in a video call to the Rochester City Council. The entire Rochester Police Department command staff has announced their retirement, she said. The mayor said she had not requested the chief's resignation, but added that he had acknowledged that the events could have been handled differently. But he didn't in any way try to cover this up, she said. She said the resignation followed new information that was brought to light today that I had not previously seen before. She did not elaborate. So we do not know what that new information that was brought to light today that she had not previously seen before was. So we'll likely see that in the coming days or weeks, if we can get that evidence to come public. So also on Tuesday, Mr. Prude's sister, Tamisha Prude, filed a civil rights lawsuit in United States District Court for the Western District of New York against the city of Rochester, Chief Singletary, and the officers involved in the encounter. The lawsuit singled out several officers on the scene that morning, including Officer Mark Vaughn, who held Mr. Prude's head to the pavement. So that's the, primary murderer here is Officer Mark Vaughn, was the one who held Mr. Prude's head in the pavement until he died. Or until he passed out. And then he later died a week later. He never woke from a coma. He put him into a coma and he never woke from that coma. Just to be clear. Sorry if I've been unclear. I will just looking to see if I can find the bit about hours after the incident. Chief Singletary told Miss Warren. So he told the mayor. So hours after the incident, Chief Singletary told the mayor, Lovely Warren, that a person had suffered a drug overdose while in custody. Miss Warren said last week. So that's how he framed this to the mayor, that a person had suffered a drug overdose while in custody. So they just happen to have this person in custody and he just happened to just overdose. He overdosed. That's what they tried to pin this on, overdose. So they tried to try to tear at this person's character in the same breath. You know, like, it's not enough for them to just lie. They have to lie and demean his character as well. So, you know, they're out here, they call that a drug overdose. They said George Floyd had a cardiac event that just happened to go off in the middle of, you know, being asphyxiated by this murderous cop. So I think some of the things to point out here that the things that just stand out to me that I think that we should really pay attention to is the fact that this mayor is Black. It's a Black woman. You got a Black chief of police, and you got a Black attorney general. A Black woman, you know, is the attorney general, is the state attorney general, right? And even with all of that Blackness there, somehow still Black people are being murdered indiscriminately by cops, right? So this idea that like more Black cops is the solution to racist policing is just, it's empirically false. We can see that in the evidence that it's just not the case, right? You know, even in the case where you have a Black chief of police, you know, Black leadership all throughout, a Black woman as your mayor, you know, so, you know, Black state attorney general, still this corruption happens. The cover up is, you know, happens. How long do they have with this police footage? They're talking about, oh, the mayor, you know, out here like covering her own ass, talking about, oh, well, he, you know, in the wake of it, he told me that a person died in custody. Well, you got police footage. What the hell don't you? A person died in the custody of your officers. You didn't think that you wanted to see the footage of that person dying? You didn't want to see the body cam footage from that time? It took you all the way until August 20th for that footage to finally be released. That's when you're acting as if you're just seeing this. Why didn't you stand up? Why didn't you speak out before? Why didn't you hold these people to account? Huh? Why didn't that Black woman mayor, Lovely Warren, why didn't she hold these police officers to account before it was made public? Why did it take being made public for her to just come out and not even ask for their resignation at that point? She said right here, she didn't ask for their resignation. They just offered up their resignation because of some new evidence that's about to come into light that we don't even know yet. So who knows what else they got, right? Maybe a bystander maybe recorded more of it. They could see, you know, maybe we'll see this person begging and pleading for their life before they were murdered. You know, like it's what else do we need to see that was an unjust murder of an innocent civilian who had a mental health episode, and in the response to a mental health episode of a naked person, you know, scared, afraid, you know, panicking, the response is to hold their head, to place a bag over that person's head, which it seems like the most disorienting thing you could possibly do to a person in the midst of a mental health crisis, to place a bag over their head and then to shove their head into the pavement and kneel on their back. I don't know who the hell and what training that would be the appropriate response to a desperate person panicking like that. And so, you know, just if people's solution, and we've heard this stuff from, you know, Val Demings, who was the person that, like, one of the people that Joe Biden was considering for vice president, you know, was a Black, you know, chief of police, I believe she was. And she said, oh, we just need more Black cops, and more Black cops is what we need. We need more Black cops in Black communities. The problem isn't the color of the cops. The problem is the cops, the institution of policing itself. That's the problem. That's why when we talk about defund the police, that's the only acceptable measure. That is the only acceptable reform that will ever impact this in any substantive way, is a thorough defunding and reinvestment, a divestment from the police and reinvesting those funds into social programs. When somebody is afraid and somebody's having a mental health episode, we should not be calling the cops. There's going to have to be some personal responsibility that comes into this as well. We obviously have to have institutional support. People have to have services that they can call upon in order to get help in these cases, right? Like, we need to have a new 911 that does not call the cops, and we need to start to build that system and build awareness of that. And, you know, there's got to be another, you know, another number to call that is not the police, that we call in these situations, because people are so desperate, and it's just instinctual for people in these situations. When you're desperate, even when you know what's happened and what police are capable of, you don't know anyone else to call. And so the responsibility can't be put completely on the individual. We have to provide them with services. This is what, in his book, Alex Vitale, in this book, The End of Policing, actually, oops, I shouldn't have that book. This book is like, I gotta fix my bookshelf, right? But in his book, The End of Policing, Alex Vitale, this is what he advocates for, is why we need to, remove, defund the police and reinvest that funding in services like mental health, health, drug addiction services, mental health services, homelessness programs, anti-poverty programs. But we have to build up these social services, because until we build up those social services and we provide another way for another entity for people to call, they're going to continue to call cops. Cops are going to continue to come in with their poor training and their when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Well, when all you have is a gun, everyone looks like a violent criminal. And so they'll come in and we'll see in our next story, nobody's safe. Nobody is safe from these cops. So if you're sitting here and you're watching this and you're thinking, oh, well, I'm white, so I'm good, I don't have to worry, I'm white, it's black people that are going to get murdered, it's indigenous people that are going to get murdered by cops, I'm white, I'm safe, I'm good. We're going to see. One, the numbers just don't bear out that way. It's disproportionately black people, but it's quantity, from a quantities perspective, more white people die by the hands of cops than black people in this country, because of the massive number, disproportion of white to black folks in this country, right? We have a ton more white people than we have black people. So just more opportunities for cops to kill them. So, nobody is safe from these cops. And this idea that more black cops is going to change anything is just absurd to me. It's absurd. It's not the color of the cops that's the problem. It's the institution of policing. And it can't just be reformed. I am totally accepting of the phrasing of abolish the police. Sure, I would like to abolish the police. I would like to replace with an organization that is literally something we would call it like a peace officer, not a police officer, a peace officer. And they would only be responsible for handling those most dire of situations. And they would actually be considered heroes, and they would only be called in the most extreme situations. And in all of the cases, we would not be calling in people if people are we don't call in police to deal with homelessness or drug addiction or mental health crises. We should not be calling cops in for this. Even for domestic violence, Alex Vitale makes that case that even in the situation of domestic violence, we should not be calling police into that, because police make the situation worse. Oftentimes they'll charge victims of domestic violence when they get called by these victims, by these survivors of domestic violence. They oftentimes the victim themselves of domestic violence ends up being charged by cops. So they exacerbate the problem. And then in the criminal justice system, you throw somebody in there for something like that, and you throw them through that, and they become a more violent person in the end, because our system, our prison system is not set up, and our criminal justice system is not set up to rehabilitate. It's set up to punish, to penalize, not to rehabilitate. And that's why the US has the highest recidivism rate in any industrialized country, because people get out of jail and they end up right back in there because we haven't rehabilitated them by the time they've left. So these are all issues that you have to get to the core of the issue of policing and prison reform. And it has to be fundamental changes made. And I'm talking about massive divestment from policing. You can look at all these different cities where they have, the New York State's police budget is larger than the military budget for some countries. Okay. So that's what we're dealing with here. That's what we're up against. In many of these places like Chicago, there's been a massive defunding of social programs in favor of funding moving to policing. So they're solving problems that should be solved with social services with policing instead. And that's always going to lead to more violence, more damage caused to our community. So we have to get right on this issue and not be looking at half measures and more body camera footage, or look at what body cameras, it's just, sure, it helps in, so few cases, but look at how they can fight against it. They won't release the body camera footage. It's hardly ever used to favor the civilians. It's almost always used body camera footage to favor cops, right? They can come in, they wear their body cameras. Maybe they didn't see something when they came in. They didn't see you toss that bag of weed out the car window. But when they go back and they review their footage, they on their body cameras, they see you do that, or they pick up some audio or something on their body cameras or whatever the case may be, and they can use that against you. But and this is why folks like Shahid Buttar are really against this, expanding, increasing body camera footage on police. It just hasn't worked. Look at the evidence, look at the empirical evidence, look at the statistics. It is being used against us far more often than it is being used in our favor. So no, I do not support police body camera footage. I don't want body cameras on cops. I think that's a violation of our right to privacy and reasonable expectation of privacy. Cops end up using that stuff against us. So I am totally against body camera footage because it doesn't get used in our favor. Sure, we can point to 1 or 2 cases where it sometimes can help, but let's see what the outcome of this case is. Will anything really happen? And this whole police chief resigns, that's not reform. That's nothing. That means nothing. One chief resigns, the next one comes in worse than the one before. So the next one they get probably won't even be black. If they are black, it'll be worse than the black person. There'll be an even worser, version of this dude. So it's how the system works. It's the system selecting out these people. So it's a systemic problem. You got to change the system. You don't change the system by continuing to prop up the system with more funding. And for folks like Joe Biden, who have literally talked about increasing funding to police, just know the consequences of that. Black Lives Matter will be exacerbated under a Joe Biden presidency. Unfortunately, sadly, I wish it weren't so, but because he supports things like funding, increased funding to police, and because people won't oppose it because it's not Donald Trump doing it, then things like that are more likely to pass under under Joe Biden than under Donald Trump. And that will likely exacerbate the problems around policing in this country. Black Lives Matter started under Barack Obama. Lest we forget. So, Eric Garner, I can't breathe. Tamir Rice, Philando Castile, John Crawford III, Rakia Boyd, Trayvon Martin. It's just Sandra Bland. The list goes on and on and on and on. And this was all under Barack Obama. So problems can start under a Democratic president. They can be exacerbated under a Democratic president. I don't think that's the solution. And yeah, just again, warning to everyone, if you're watching this, please stop calling the cops on people. Stop calling the cops for anything unless it's a serious violent crime. Unless it's a violent crime happening, serious violent crime happening, stop calling the cops. Stop calling the cops because they're not making it better. They're making it worse. So just stop calling the cops. Stop calling the cops on people for little dumb shit, for sure. Stop calling the cops on people that are just homeless people or panhandling or whatever the hell the case is. Stop calling the cops people because they show up and they make the situation worse. They don't de-escalate. They escalate situations and they exacerbate situations and they increase the violence in situations. So stop calling the cops. All right. We are going to get to a second story that is also going to highlight this issue of cops showing up in the case of to try to respond to mental health crises and doing more damage than good. So we're gonna check out another story that is been in the news just recently. This is just a story that just broke yesterday, I believe it was, that the story broke. And so this is sort of just coming to light now, the facts around this. So we're going to take a look at that story next. But before we do, is there any comments that we want to get to before we jump to the next story? All right.
I think you can combine the two. Is it about the 13-year-old?
Yeah.
Just do 13-year-old and then we'll get.
Okay, all right. So we'll do our next story and then we'll come back and we'll take comments because they're both related. And so we'll condense this down a bit and we'll go through both of these stories and then we'll come back and we'll take some comments. All right. And so just a reminder to anyone that's here who hasn't done so already, please do me a favor right now. Please do me a favor and hit that like button below there and hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you're worried about getting notifications, you can hit the bell and choose none to receive no notifications. Or if you'd like to support the show, hit the bell and choose all to receive all notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. And please check it out, watch. That really helps the show to grow. So really appreciate that. All right. So our next story up, let's get to it here. So in more news about police brutality, and in this country, we have another case of somebody being Another act of police brutality in response to a mental health crisis. This one will probably garner a little bit more attention just because of who the victim is, but let's take a look. This is from a CBS News article from September 8th, and titled, Police Shoot 13-Year-Old Boy with Autism After Mother Calls for Help. So a 13-year-old boy with autism is recovering after being shot by police in Glendale, Utah on Friday night, CBS affiliate KUTV reports. The boy, Linden Cameron, is still in the hospital after suffering injuries to his shoulder, both ankles, intestine, and bladder, his mother told KUTV in an interview Sunday. Golda Barton, his mother, said she called police and asked for a crisis intervention team because her son was having a mental breakdown. The mother said she told officers that her son, who has Asperger's, needed to be transported to the hospital for treatment. This is how to deal with people with mental health issues. So you call them and they're supposed to come out and be able to de-escalate a situation using the most minimal force possible, Barton told KUTV. That's the mother. I said, so this is the mother continuing. She says, I said, he's unarmed. He doesn't have anything. He just gets mad and he starts yelling and screaming. He's a kid. He's trying to get attention. He doesn't know how to regulate, Barton said. Less than 5 minutes after the officers arrived, Barton, who waited outside, heard, get down on the ground, and several gunshots were heard, she told KUTV. Barton said she thought her son was dead. The officers didn't immediately say if he was dead or not, she said. Her son was then handcuffed, Barton told KUTV. So, I mean, for fuck's sake, people, they shot a 13-year-old autistic boy multiple times, and then they handcuffed him while he's there bleeding, suffering, in pain and agony. Then, no, it's not enough. These cops have to then handcuff this clearly dangerous 13-year-old who's been shot multiple times now. He needs to be handcuffed and restrained because clearly he's a threat to these cops, right? Clearly he must be a threat to these police, right? They're fucking cowards, people. These are fucking cowards, all right? That's what these they're fucking cowards, all right? And excuse me, I'm gonna get a little angry right here because this is disgusting. Who the fuck, if you're not fucking outraged by this, there's something wrong with you, all right? You should be outraged. These are people calling. The mother was so damn clear, right? And nobody's safe. If they will do this to a 13-year-old, cute little 13-year-old white kid, imagine me, imagine one of us having a mental health fucking episode, right? Imagine what's going to happen to us if they will shoot, not murder. They didn't murder him. Luckily here, he's on life support right now, but he's in critical condition, I'll say. He's in critical condition now in the hospital with all kinds of bullet holes in his body because he was having a mental health episode. He was having a mental health crisis. The mother was so clear. She called them and specifically asked for a crisis intervention team. What else do you need to hear? These people, they knew everything going in, what they were dealing with. This isn't some surprise situation or anything. This is who they send for crisis intervention. Some trigger-happy cops. That's who you send in for crisis intervention for a 13-year-old kid. The mother goes on to say, like, couldn't you just tackle him? Couldn't you just tackle him? What the hell do you need to fire a gun for? He's a 13-year-old boy. He's unarmed. There's no question that this boy does not have a gun on him. You're responding to a mental health crisis. Why the hell do you need a gun in the first place? Why the hell do you even show up with a gun? It's just so it hurts, and people will think, and I see sometimes I do these Black Lives Matter stories or these like police brutality stories, and I get all kinds of disgusting right-wingers in the comments. It's just all kinds of disgusting shit, glorifying the murder of Black people. I want to see what they say here, huh? I want to see your brains break, all you right-wingers that are going to watch this video when I clip this video. All the right-wingers that are going to flock to the comments because police murdered somebody. So whenever you say police murdered somebody, they all got to flock to come defend the cops immediately. They all fly into my video and they all drop a million comments saying how they all, they're all happy and they're celebrating. Oh, another one dead and great for, oh, I hope, it's disgusting. And it's all just in the defense of, this fascist defense of an authoritarian police state. They claim to care about the Second Amendment, which is supposed to be defending against a tyrannical government. But then what's more tyrannical than people, civilians, little children being shot because they're having mental health episodes, they're in the midst of mental health crises. And a crisis intervention team responds. This is what you send for crisis intervention? This is what I mean. Stop calling the cops, particularly in the cases mental health, drug addiction, homelessness. Stop calling the fucking cops, okay? Stop it. If you're calling cops, you're a part of the problem. Stop, okay? Stop it. Oh, man. It's just, how can you not be outraged by this stuff? Do y'all need to see this kid? Like, did people see this kid? It's this. I need to get y'all a picture of this kid right now. All right. I'm sorry, trigger warning. You're gonna see the kid. He's just in a hospital bed here. So I'm just gonna show you, this is him in the hospital bed here. But this is him here. 13-year-old kid. And this is what they did to him. This is what the cops did to him. Look at this little boy. You think that this little boy is a threat to anybody? Pretty sure that thing is covering up that white sheet that you see resting on his stomach there. Pretty sure that those things that are sort of drawn over it, the red, or sorry, it's not drawn over it, but the red sort of marks. Pretty sure that's bleeding from the bullet holes in his stomach. It's horrific. It's horrific. And these cops, they don't give a damn, and they're not. If they'll do this to a 13-year-old autistic kid, just imagine what they're doing to, the 16 and 17 or 18 or 30-year-old black people, the black men that they're responding to. Like, they don't, it's not like I'm gonna sit here and say it's some individual cop and this cop is like individually is the whole problem, and it's just that he's like some psychopath that just wants to shoot little kids. No, it's part of the institute. It's the fact that we have first responders to mental health crises that have guns. Why do you need a first responder to a mental health crisis to have a gun? That's the problem. Our first responders should not have guns. No first responding officer should have a gun unless they're being called to a scene where there's literally already a gun sighted on scene. Unless they've been called to a scene where it's like an armed robbery or something like that. The cop should not be able to show up with guns. The first responding police, which is how the UK works, the first responders, the police that show up first, should not be carrying guns. Easy fucking solution, right? Take their fucking guns away. They won't fucking shoot people if they don't have guns, right? They can't shoot people if they don't have guns. So I'm sorry, I get a little hype here, folks, but it's hard not to, right? It's hard not to get hype over this stuff, because what the hell? What do we need to see in the society before we can get behind things like defunding the police? And it doesn't mean you get rid of police entirely. You can still have your stupid fucking police, okay, people? You still get your stupid fucking cops, all right? They just they have limited responsibilities. Let them not respond to mental health crises, drug addiction, homelessness. It's just there's some homelessness people out here. You gotta have people with guns need to show up to that shit. Stop it. Traffic stops. No guns. No guns. And then I'll consider these people heroes. When something happens to a cop who's unarmed and something happens to them, I will treat them like a hero. I will view those people as heroes. They will be heroes in my eyes. Cops right now are not heroes. They're cowards right now. Cops are cowards. My father always told me there's two types of people who become cops: bullies and cowards. That's it. That's who does it. You're either a bully in school and you were bullied your whole life and you want to go continue bullying people as a cop, or you are a coward and you were picked on and now you want to turn around and use that power and wield that power against other people. So there's two kinds of people that end up as cops, and it's the bullies and the goddamn cowards. And that's what the system selects, all right? And every once in a while you get this little, oh, somebody trying to be altruistic and they're going to be a good cop and they're going to change the system. You know what? There was one of those people. They were one of the cops that is now charged in the murder of George Floyd, right? It was a half, biracial, black cop essentially who, raised in a black family where they were, raised better than that, his sister said, and his own sisters came out and called for his arrest and said, you know what? He knows better. He should know better. He should have known better. He should have intervened. He should have done something to stop it. It's not enough. You're not a good cop if you simply don't murder black people, if you simply don't murder little 13-year-old boys. That doesn't make you a good cop. What makes you a good cop if you're out there and you actually turned around and turned in some of the people that you see committing these crimes. You don't sit there and sit silently by. And when you do that as a cop, then you get blacklisted, you get blackballed. They do things like they don't send backup when you have a call. They do things to haze and to bully you out of the force when you stand up as a good cop. So that's how the system naturally selects out good cops. So the system is the problem. The only solution to this is to defund the police. That is the only solution that works, is you have to take their money away, because if they don't have the resources, they won't be if you take the money away, you put the money into other things. First off, you can prevent a lot of crimes from ever happening by not leaving people poor and uneducated, right? Not sticking them in forcing them into poverty, leaving them poor, leaving them with bad schools or no schools, right? You can start there, right? Start right there, and then you expand your social services. Decriminalize drugs, decriminalize every single drug. That should just, why are drugs a criminal? Why is that criminal to put a substance, a chemical into your own body? Why is that? We can go out there and we breathe all the toxic, fumes created by the fossil fuel industry. Totally fine. We can breathe all those chemicals all we want, but don't you dare breathe this other chemical that, happens to make you feel funny inside or whatever, or hallucinate. Then now your ass goes to jail. Like, what is that? We should decriminalize all drugs and treat drug addiction like a health issue. You treat it like a health issue. And they did that in Portugal. And when they did that in Portugal, it immediately impacted. They went from having one of the highest overdose rates in the entirety of Europe to having the lowest or one of the lowest drug overdose rates in all of Europe. When all they did, it took them just a couple of years after just decriminalizing and destigmatizing drug addiction. It's not stop treating people like there's something wrong with them or something. Oftentimes these are called what do they call? Something of despair. But these are deaths of despair when people overdose or commit suicide, right? It's like deaths of despair when people are they're desperate, right? That's why people turn to things like drugs. It's because the society that they live in, things aren't great the way they are, so they need to alter it somehow. They need to alter their minds just to deal with and cope with the frustration and the difficulties of life. And so start by just not leaving people destitute and poor. You can start right there, and then beyond that, provide more social services, right? Provide drug addiction programs, destigmatize it, treat it like a health crisis, and like it should be treated. And then same for homelessness. We can eradicate homelessness. That's a whole nother issue. And then mental health crises. We should be calling in social workers, not cops. Social workers, not cops, into these situations. So we need to build services first. We have to try to build local services within our community. Start there to provide services so you can have a number. Call 711 or whatever 119. I know not 119. I think that's the number for police in Jamaica. But it's to have some other number. 411. It's the old information number. Like that. Like call some other number, not 911. We need a new number, a new emergency number that we can dial, and it has to ring through to people that are not going to show up with guns. Why do we need people showing up to guns in situations where there's nobody with a gun? The UK police, the 90%, we talked about this on a recent stream, a recent episode, 90% of police in the UK don't carry guns. Why can't we have a system like that in place? We can do that. It's very easy to do. starts by defunding these police, because that's the only way we're going to ever have the power. And also tearing down these damn police unions, because they're a threat to our democracy. Honestly, that's the threat, the real threat to democracy. I support unions, every type of union except police unions. They have done some terrible things, some just awful things, and they gain all this power for police and they help militarize the police, and they protect police whenever they do these sorts of things. So as much as I support unions, there's one union that I cannot support. So I mean, look at that, people. You got a little innocent little 13-year-old white kid shot multiple times by cops because he's having a mental health episode. He was unarmed. Do I need to say that? Do I even need to freaking say that he was unarmed? But even if what could he have had that would have risen? I just don't even want to go, like, they would be heroes if they did this stuff without having to shoot a bunch of people in cold blood like this. Then we might be able to consider them heroes. So all right, that one got me a little dizzy. I get a little worked up on these issues, these stories around police brutality. I don't know how someone can face these things and not get worked up, to be honest. I don't know how anyone could do it. So yes, I apologize. No, I don't apologize. I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize, but that's how it is. That's how I am. You got to have to get used to it. As long as this shit keeps happening, yeah, then I'm going to keep on getting angry like this. So all right. Would we like to take some comments here? Because I'm sure some folks have some thoughts on this. Tammy says, if Daniel Prude claims he has COVID, then one of the most common symptoms are respiratory issues. Oh my goodness. Why didn't I think of that? So why would you cover his entire head to claim it preventing him from spitting? Oh my goodness. What an absurd thing. You would not need a hood, especially, I mean, the things look like they're like plastic or something. Like, I don't even know what they are. And so it's like putting a plastic bag over somebody's head. When you number one issue of COVID is respiratory issues. So why the hell would that be a thing? Put a mask on somebody if you want. What else you do? You just wear a mask yourself. Like, that's a part of the thing. That's a part of being a hero if you want to be. You're going to have to put yourself at risk to protect people who can't protect themselves. If somebody's having an episode and they happen to have coronavirus, you still got to help them. You don't get to shoot them dead. You don't get to kill them. You don't get to suffocate them. You don't get to asphyxiate them. That's not how we help people. So yeah, that's such a good point, such a great point, and I can't believe I overlooked that. But yeah, absolutely a great point. Any other comments that we want to get to there? Sorry, these glasses be jacking my ear. Tammy says, also, besides lack of rehabilitation, another aspect to why incarcerated people are more likely to be incarcerated is because a lack of reintegration of resources and further socioeconomic barriers. Sorry. It's because of a lack of reintegration, resources, and further socioeconomic barriers. So yeah, there's all kinds of barriers in the way of people being rehabilitated and not returning back to prison. So that's in response to the high recidivism rate in the US. Tammy goes on to say, if you make it even more difficult for them to survive or make a living, etc., once they finish their sentence, then it pushes them to resort back to crime. There's a line from a reggae artist who I love, one of the best lyricists in all of reggae. Her name is Tanya Stephens. And Tanya Stephens says, providing no jobs and telling us stop the crime is like beating a child and telling them not to cry. Right? So providing no jobs and telling us stop the crime is like beating a child and telling them not to cry. You are creating the very situation that causes it, and then you're telling them stop doing that, and you're getting mad at the symptom and not the cause, right? So stop getting mad at the symptoms, start getting mad at the causes, and trying to fix these problems at the root of the issue. So yes, and economics is a massive, poverty, homelessness, these things lead. If you're homeless or you're poor or you're hungry, if you're hungry and you go steal a loaf of bread, is that wrong? Is that ethically wrong? If you steal a loaf of bread from Walmart, the largest, a multi-billion-dollar corporation with billions of dollars of profit every year, if you're hungry and you go steal a loaf of bread from Walmart, does that make you wrong? Are you wrong for that? Do you think that person deserves to go to jail? Or do you think the Walmart family deserves to go to jail for leaving people in a situation, where their workers are the highest, proportion of workers who are on, they have the highest number of workers on food stamps, on welfare programs in the United States. They have the highest number of workers who are on food stamps. And and they're a multi-billion-dollar corporation. So who do you get mad at? You know, right wingers, they get mad at the poor person for stealing the loaf of bread. We on the left better be, you know, recognizing this and getting mad at the people that create the situation that causes this. And so, you know, even theft, things like theft and nonviolent crimes like that, I do not consider damage to property or taking property. I do not consider that to be a violent crime. I do not believe that you have the right to commit violence against somebody, an act of violence because somebody took a piece of property, a personal property, private property. I don't care. I don't believe that you have the right to commit an act of violence, you know, against somebody who simply took property or damaged property. Those things are not equivalent to me. But we can see in all kinds of places in our laws where property is held as more important than human lives. In the state of Massachusetts here, it is a greater, it's a felony to cause damage to a piece of property over $1,200. It's a felony to do that. It's not a felony to assault someone, to have an assault and battery charge against you. If you have an assault and battery charge, that is a misdemeanor. Assault and battery against a human being. Malicious destruction of property over $1,200, that's a felony in Massachusetts. So just look at how our crime, the legal system, it's built into the system. Property is greater than people in a capitalist system. It puts property ahead of people. And this is the result that we get. Ben 2K says that's very true. Prisons in the U.S. are designed to keep people within the system. Absolutely, it's incentivized by the for-profit prison industry. Incentivizes them to keep people in the prison system. Also, our 13th Amendment incentivizes people to be kept in prison because it enables slavery. It makes slavery legal only in the case of prison labor. So if you read the 13th Amendment of the United States, you will see that it says slavery is outlawed in the United States except in the case of prison labor. So they have two incentives. They get corporations can get free labor, or the state, you know, the state as well can get free labor from you know, slave labor from prisoners, as well as you know, the profit motive within the prison system of all the infrastructure, the people who build the prisons, the people who clothe the inmates, provide the security for the inmates, provide the food that, you know, they have all kinds of like you know, phone services. Those companies all have incentive to get more prisoners in jail because more prisoners mean more profits for them. So the profit motive tied to our prison industry is exactly why we see you know, high recidivism rates and those sorts of things, and, you know, high and mass incarceration. We have 2.3 million people incarcerated in this country, 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's incarcerated peoples in this country. And that's because there's a profit motive behind it in the prison industry. So yeah, we need to end for-profit prisons and really, you know, end private prisons entirely. There should be no private prisons. Once you have a private prisons, you hand over to a private corporation the incentive to incarcerate people. Never. That is unacceptable in a civil society. We should not be private prison should be illegal and outlawed in this country, and everywhere there should not be private prisons. Also, the cash bail system that we could get onto as well is another classist, you know, tool used in our prison system here, in our criminal justice system, is cash bail. We are one of only 2 countries in the world that have a cash bail system. The other being the Philippines, led by psychopath Rodrigo Duterte, who we may discuss a little bit of his disgusting, you know, just horrific behavior later in this show. But the U.S. and the Philippines, run by a dictator, you know, a crazed dictator, Rodrigo Duterte, are the only 2 countries on the entire planet that have a cash bail system. Everywhere else, your bail is just simply determined based on the safety to the community, right? The safety and flight risk. Do you provide provide is not the word I'm looking for, but do you propose, what the hell is the word I'm looking for? I don't know. But do you have a flight or safety risk? And that's what it should be based on. Are you a safety risk to your community? Would you cause more harm in your community if we let you free while we're waiting for your trial? Or do you have enough money to just up and leave and just take off. And those are the two reasons. That's the only two reasons. We shouldn't be based on, can you pay X amount of money? Because then in that case, you got poor Black moms, locked up in prison, and grandmamas locked up in prison, while Harvey Weinstein shows up, drops $1 million bail, and then turns around and walks out after, raping like dozens of women. So,
Also, the Philippines is occupied by the U.S. I don't know if that has an influence.
oh yeah, and U.S. Philippines is also occupied by the U.S. Tammy points out, so that could contribute to the fact that they're the two with the cash bail system. There are other places though that are occupied by the U.S. and they don't even do it there. So it doesn't have to be that way per se, for sure. But we'll see if we cover this story later about Rodrigo Duterte later, we'll see how Philippines is uniquely, like beholden to the U.S. empire. So hopefully we'll have some time to get into that story later. So Tammy says there is no sufficiently funded rehabilitation program or services within prisons. They do not prioritize focus on solutions or rehabilitation or redemption. They focus on punishment and prison labor. Shaking my head. Yep. So exactly what we were saying there. Great point. It's the focus. When the focus is not rehabilitation or redemption, but punishment, penalization, then that's what we get. We just get more of the same. It's not, people don't end up rehab. Surprise, surprise. They end up more violent when they go through our prison system. So Ben 2K says, yeah, there is a TED talk about prisons in Germany versus US. Oh, that's awesome. I will check that out, Ben. I will definitely check that out. That's, I will, Tammy, if you can make a note, but we should definitely check that out. And maybe we can do a piece on that about I've heard about some of these different documentaries that have been done about the differences between the US prison system and others. And so I read this one story about like a US warden that was taken to a European prison and shown how things run there. And the warden literally like was brought to tears, like couldn't believe that they treat people so humanely compared to like, they felt like, wow, what we're doing here is like, we are torturing human beings and we are treating them like animals, and we treat people like animals and then wonder why they don't act civilized when they leave prison. You literally treat them like animals. You lock them up in cages and treat them like animals. And then, people act like animals, and people act surprised. So anything else that we have? Any more other comments before we keep pushing forward?
I also want to say, then they come out with more untreated trauma, and mental health issues.
Yeah, and Tim was saying, they end up coming out of prison with more untreated trauma and mental health issues when they come out of prison, of course, because there's all kinds of things inside of prison culture, rape culture inside of prisons, just having to literally just serve, the basic survival of people, the violence in prisons. And so not just from other inmates, but from guards. We can look at Khalif Browder as a prime example of the damage that can cause, the violence that can be done against an inmate, an innocent inmate in that case, by prison guards. And so, it's Tammy says, do you remember the case when a teenage boy or young man, I don't recall the details, with autism had the cops called on him, and his black social worker had to run and beg the cops not to shoot the kid? Am I crazy? Or when that happened, did the social worker end up getting shot in that situation too? Yeah, that the social worker, Tammy confirms. Yeah, the social worker ended up getting shot in that situation when they were literally like, and the social worker is laying completely on his back on the ground with his hands on his head and begging them not to shoot. And they shot the social worker. Exactly. Like they end up shooting the freaking social worker. Man, like this is why like we cannot have people showing up with guns to mental health crises, period. Until there's somebody with a gun on scene is the only situation where I will then accept that a person needs to show up with a gun. And unless and until that happens, I don't want to see anybody on the scene with a gun, because even the first responder or the mental health professional that's trying to help in this situation, they end up getting shot by the cops. Like you can't win in this. You just cannot win. I also think it might have been a brown or black or brown social worker, but I can't remember. But
I said he was black.
Oh, he was black. Okay. That so Tammy noted that he was black. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So he was black, and
Luckily, he was only wounded.
yeah, he was wounded. He didn't die, but he was only wounded. But it's like that's what the best that you can hope for.
The autistic patient just happened to wander away from the facility and he was going to get them.
Yeah, so Tammy's just giving some more details. The autistic patient just happened to wander away from the facility, and he just, he was just going to bring this patient back, and the cops end up showing up, and he's trying to just intervene and just say, listen, we got this situation under control. Don't worry about it. We got you. And still he gets shot, begging them not to shoot anyone, and he gets shot. So, there's no winning with these cops. There's no winning. Any more comments we want to get to before we do the next story? Shin Sung says, I personally think we should ban the Second Amendment. I'm not, as a leftist, I've altered my position over some time on this. I understand why some leftists are in favor of people owning guns to protect themselves against, and we should certainly. The thing about the Second Amendment is the Second Amendment is not the issue. It's all the interpretations of the Second Amendment, the misinterpretations of the Second Amendment that have been the problem. The Second Amendment says it's the only amendment in the entire Constitution that uses the word regulated, like specifically uses the word regulate. It's the only place in the entire Constitution that the word regulate appears in the entire Constitution. And it says, a well-regulated militia, and so the idea was that we would have well-regulated militias, not people having private ownership over guns. It doesn't even say that it's necessarily like personal ownership over guns. It says that militias should be able to regulate. They should be able to have these guns, and a well-regulated militia should be able to have access to these weapons. But it shouldn't be just people personal. There's nothing in the Second Amendment that says people should personally be able to stash, like grenade launchers in their home. But that's the law in some places because of how it's been interpreted at this point. So I think that you can do it with an amendment. I don't think that you'll ever win that fight on trying to ban the Second Amendment, but you can definitely amend it further and try to, specify. But it is pretty damn specific in saying well-regulated militias, and still it's taken now to mean individuals can own and store as many guns as they want in any way they want, because liberty in America. And so Tammy says, I'm not pro-gun either, but while I believe in gun control, I don't know enough about the details of solutions to have more gun control without it backfiring, because realistically, it would be more enforced on Black people. Exactly. You put in things like gun control, and Tammy says, and brown people, Black and brown people. And you put in things like gun control, and what they will do is they will use those laws against Black people. It will only be enforced against Black people. It will send more Black people to prisons, and white right-wing extremists will be allowed to own and have as many guns as they want, and the laws will always operate negatively impacting Black and brown, Indigenous communities, Latino communities, and the laws will not be applied to white folks and right-wingers the same. And so I am not, by and large, not much in favor of I'm fine with banning certain things as far as okay, and we can do some fines around that sort of stuff and all that sort of stuff, but banning certain weapons of war, I don't think that we need to have certain assault weapons and things like that in people's hands. But I do not agree with just an outright weapons ban or any like a gun ban or anything like that, because what they'll do in that place is they'll have to put laws in place that say you'll go to jail. They'll make it criminal, and if it's criminal penalties, it's just not gonna. It's going to be used against Black and brown people, and it will not end up protecting us. It will do more harm than good, in my opinion. And it's just not a winning thing to try to a winning political issue to try to fight along. I think that's a loser right there. So no, I don't, you won't find me advocating for anti Second Amendment legislation. I think that the Second Amendment is just fine. It's the way that it gets interpreted and used is the issue. So since it's interpretation in the court, that's the problem. Ben 2K says, yeah, didn't they ban certain weapons once the Black Panthers started buying them and showing up with them somewhere? Yeah, things like that have happened before, and they will always do that. And the way that they enforce the laws will always be done against Black and brown folks. So there are plenty of leftists, Black leftists, folks like Killer Mike that I respect the hell out of, who are Tim Black, I think, is also pro-gun. So, there's a lot of black leftists who I respect the hell out of. And I think that black people, leftists should be trained on how to use guns. I don't think that we should be owning them because of the statistics of like how you're more likely to end up killing yourself with a gun that you own than you are to, like your chances of committing suicide by gun or being killed with that gun end up, like skyrocketing, obviously, once you have a gun in your home. And are, you're much more likely to end up killing yourself or a member of your family with that gun than some intruder or someone like that. So I do believe that people should be trained, though, and I would like to be trained in how to use the gun so that when this revolution or apocalypse or whatever the hell happens, that I'm prepared for it. And survival training, I think is a good idea, especially on the left. We need more of that. So, yeah, not anti-gun here. I am just neutral on this issue, to be honest. I don't know. I know that we have way too many freaking guns in this country. I know that that's an issue, but that's a hard one to get around at this point. It's hard to undo. I have some thoughts on how we can undo that, but I won't delve too deep into that right now because I don't think that that's necessarily the main topic here. Any other comments? Okay, Tammy says, well, cops are trigger happy at Shinsung, but I don't think it's because we have a lot of armed people in the US, because a lot of the victims are unarmed, but also they've countless times apprehended mass shooters. Exactly. Like when a mass shooter, if, white kid goes in, Dylan Roof murders a bunch of black people praying in a church, they can take that guy in unharmed, stop by at Burger King and buy him a Burger King meal on the way to the police station. They did this. If you're not familiar, this is what they did when a white, terrorist, domestic terrorist goes and murders a bunch of people. They take them in, no problem. Kenosha terrorist murders a bunch of civilians and no problem. He can surrender to cops. That's all fine. There was the shooting in, I don't know if it was the Parkland shooter where they captured him in the woods, and it was a white kid and he was taken in alive. I believe it was the Parkland shooter who they captured alive, and he was a white civilian and got taken alive. So they can always do this in the case of mass shooters and these violent white right-wing extremists. They can always bring them in custody without murdering them. They don't have issue with that, but it's always when they're going to apprehend black folks that all of a sudden then they have to shoot, they have to murder people. So, and come on, like, did anyone think that this little 13-year-old autistic boy, did anyone think that the 13-year-old autistic boy had a gun on him? Did anyone think that the naked man walking through the street, shouting about having coronavirus, did anyone think that he had a gun on him? The naked person with nothing in their hands, did anyone think the naked guy with nothing in his hand had a gun on him? Like, it's not, the issue is not that. The issue is policing. And even in the cases where they don't shoot people, they just murder them. They choke them, they asphyxiate them. Eric Garner choked to death, a lot of chokeholds and moves like that. And so, yeah, I don't think that's, I agree with Tammy that I don't think that it's because of the amount of guns. I recently cited the example. I had this conversation online, and I cited the example of Switzerland that has the same rate of gun ownership per household in the US. So Switzerland, the gun ownership rate is about 1 in every 4 households have a gun. Now, there's many more guns in the US per capita. There's about 4 times more per capita than US. That means same number of households own guns, but the households in the US own a lot more guns. I don't see why that would make a difference. It's the same amount of people are likely to have, the same percentage of people are likely to have guns, right? In between those two, between Switzerland and the US. Switzerland has about a 0% rate of murder by cops. So, it's just not the case that having a lot of guns equates to cops murder. Civilians having a lot of guns does not equal cops murdering a lot of civilians in other countries. It doesn't need to be that way here. So Shinsung says, I don't even think cops should carry guns. In many European countries, cops don't carry guns. I agree. I made that point too. I totally agree. I just think that that's the easiest solution, is just take the guns away from them. Don't have you can have something like a SWAT team or whatever you want to call it, a second response that can be called in by by these other professionals, and I would want to, I would want these other trained professionals who are have no sort of violent, whatever history, anything like that, they would need to be the ones to call in this second force of armed police in any kind of situation like this. And we just take their guns away. It's going to be real hard to take their guns away from cops if we don't take their funding away first, because otherwise they'll use that funding to fight against us and to lobby and to make sure that they can fight for the jacked up legislation, screwed up legislation that ends up creating these issues. So Tammy says, Shin says, exactly. I live in California, and in the 1960s, Governor Ronald Reagan, a Republican, banned open carry when the Black Panthers were openly carrying guns. Yeah, see, so I didn't know that history. I try to learn some more history as I go. Thank you for dropping a little knowledge there, Shin. Yeah, they'll do this. They will do this whenever we try to push for that kind of legislation. We got to be really careful, because we got to recognize how that legislation will be used against different citizens. And I definitely am very wary of any kind of too much. There are common sense gun regulations that I am supportive of, banning certain assault weapons, again, civil penalties only, civil penalties in these cases. It can only work with civil penalties. It cannot be criminalized, because then it will just be criminalized against Black and brown communities. So Ben 2K says, yeah, you have to have a gun and be trained on that somehow in Switzerland. I think it's an old thing where they had to fight invading armies because Switzerland is so small and have no big standing army. Yeah, but aren't the Swiss historically known as being neutral? Isn't that the whole thing about the Swiss, is that they're neutral in all these different fights? And but I do know that they did have it. Yes, you are correct that everybody, that's another thing, is that all the gun ownership in Switzerland is they're trained. These are people that you're required to do military service. I think all the biologically male, or I believe that's how it works, is the male citizens are all required to go into the militia forces. You have to join a militia force at a certain age. So everyone gets trained. All the males in that country are trained on how to use these weapons first off, and they have really intense training. And then also part of the requirement, also a few of the rules that I know about Switzerland, because I've dug into this in the past, is that in Switzerland you also have to store the gun and the ammunition separately in your house. So you have to store them separately. They can't even be stored in the same container. So you have to store them separately. The gun cannot remain loaded. So the gun has to remain unloaded and with the ammunition stored separately. It is also not legal to kill. It is not considered a justified shooting to shoot an intruder in your home. So you cannot shoot an intruder or kill an intruder in your home in Switzerland. That is not considered a justified shooting. They do not allow people to murder people over property in Switzerland. So just because somebody breaks into your house, I'm sorry, I know it sounds terrible, but it's not considered justified. Just because somebody broke into your house, you're not just allowed to shoot them. Of course, if somebody tries to attack you or something like that, then yes, you can fight back, you can defend yourself, you can shoot them in that case. But if somebody simply broken into your house, you don't just have the right. That doesn't give you the authority. Oh, they broke in my house, now I can shoot them because I'm afraid they might have come to attack me. They don't believe that that's the case. That shit just doesn't happen all that often. And so that is not the rule. They don't have this property is greater than people kind of mentality. So great point, Ben. Thank you for making that point. Ben 2K says, yeah, but I don't know the specifics. I just remember they had some quirky thing like that. Yep. So yeah, maybe someday we get a Swiss person in chat so we could ask. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Hopefully, if we have any Swiss folks around, kicking around here, chilling around, let us know. Please drop some knowledge here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I will gladly stand corrected. So yeah, please let us know if I got that wrong. Shin Sung says Karl Marx was pro-gun and said, under no pretext should arms and ammunition be surrendered. Any attempt to disarm the workers must be frustrated by force if necessary. Awesome. I love that. See? Yep. I love that. Go Marx on that. I appreciate that. Nice. I like bringing Marx into the conversation there. Good stuff. I love it. I love it. All right. Well, please, if you haven't done so already, you already know what I'm about to say. Do me a favor and hit that like button. Please, if you have not already, hit the like button immediately. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Seriously, we are trying to hit 1,100 subscribers on this stream. So I will check in a moment and see how we're doing on that. But we got to get our subscriber count up. So we haven't gotten any new subscribers on this stream right now. I need a few of y'all that are watching right now. If you're not subscribed, do it right now. Subscribe right now. I want to see you subscribe. So if you're watching this right now and you're not subscribed, you need to stop what you're doing and subscribe immediately. If you're watching on your phone or mobile, just close the live chat out. You'll see the like and subscribe buttons there. Like, subscribe, and then we can come back and chat after that. But you need to stop what you're doing right now and hit that like button. If you're watching this on Twitch, please follow. All right. So, and you can always please support the show if you can afford it. Support us on Patreon at patreon.com/radicaldemocracy. It's literally the only way that this show will continue to exist is if we get enough support on Patreon to fund the show. So, we need to be able to at least survive, just pay for food, housing, those sorts of things. So in order to produce the show and to make this happen, it's full-time work for at least two people essentially to keep this up. So please support the show. Patreon.com/radicaldemocracy. If you can afford it, please do so. And if you'd like to just leave us a one-time tip, you can head over to our coffee page at coffee.com/radicaldemocracy. That's ko-fi.com/radicaldemocracy. And please drop us a tip there. We currently have a fundraiser going to get our producer Tammy a mic so that we can continue to grow this show. And we would like to get Tammy a mic so that she can drop in, chat, help us out there. And so $150 to get Tammy a new mic. Please drop us a few dollars if you can afford to. Only if you can afford to. We will deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much to everyone for watching and for hanging out with us here today. All right, so we are going to get to some more stories here. And I'm not going to lie, it's been quite a few hours already. It's been, 3 hours we've been streaming for? About 3 hours now. I'm getting hungry. I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to eat some food soon. But let me try to get through. I got a couple of stories I'd like to do. So I want to get to the Jimmy Dore stuff, but there is some chance we're going to have to cover the Jimmy Dore stuff tonight since Ben and Shin they're not seeing each other's comments in the chat, which is tricky, and it could be happening with other users. We're not sure. And we don't have nice. I'm sorry. I'm getting caught up just reading the comments. So sorry about that. So I got to stop. I'll let Tammy do her thing. So Ben2K says, didn't know you streamed on Twitch as well. I subscribed real quick. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ben. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, nice. Thank you, Ben. And dropped us a comment from Twitch. So that's cool. Also saw a comment from What Up America there. Says, making all guns illegal sounds nice till you're in the real boonies and there are cougars, right? Like, yeah, exactly. Like in the case of hunting and stuff, like I absolutely think that people should be, we should be trained on this stuff, because when the apocalypse hits or whatever, which we may be in the midst of right now, we're going to need to be trained in these things, and we're going to need to know survival skills. And I mean, I can survive vegetarian, but you never know. You might be desperate. Might have to cook up some meat there. So absolutely, I agree there. What up? You can't, outright banning or, banning the Second Amendment and potentially banning all guns. Not, we got to be more nuanced than that on the left for sure. And it's not a winning argument to make, really. We're just going to push a lot of leftists and other people that might be independents that might be willing to listen to us otherwise. So we might push them away with things like that. So Thanatos says, emoji explosion. So Thanatos is just showing off all the awesome emojis, some of which he got from another one of our awesome users, Oshi Fancy, who I think I saw. Did Oshi Fancy pop into the chat for a second? Okay, so yeah, gotta say what's up to Oshi Fancy there if she's watching this still or catching us later. What's up, Oshi Fancy, one of our Twitch followers, our loyal Twitch followers, who also has a ton of amazing emojis. So some of those are customs, I believe, from Oshi Fancy and from other folks. Okay, yep, that Oshi Fancy shared. So, oh, excuse me. All right. Well, Yanni. All right, folks. So let me just take a quick look here, see what other stories we get to. We've been streaming for about 3 hours now, and I don't want to force it here. You know what? I'm honestly getting pretty hungry, so I might have to cut the stream because I'm starving, dude. I might cut the stream here and then come back and do another stream like soon, honestly, like not even that long from now. I can come back and I can do another stream. I'm trying to look to Tammy to see what she thinks. I got a few other stories that I want to get to, but they're not like, it's nothing like massive, but did want to shout out.
Finish your sentence.
No, I won't. I can't. Sorry. I forgot what my sentence was. I just had I have a few other stories that I get to. I could just sort of chat about them. We could just chat about them for a little bit, see if we get some comments and some engagement there and just sort of talk about it. I don't really have much to present on it anyways on these things, but there were just a few things that were popped up in the news that I just thought would be fun sort of discuss. Not fun necessarily. Some of them are ridiculous and absurd, but like just interesting discussion topics, but not really having a whole full story to present on it. So things like the Edward Snowden sort of revelations, vindication that happened recently, court order sort of vindicated him, ruled that the NSA surveillance that he exposed was unlawful, and literally like specifically cited him in the ruling. And so he's still in exile essentially and hiding, out to not be extradited to the US and face the same sort of persecution that Julian Assange is facing right now. And so, but we got a comment here from Shin Sung who says, can Radical Democracy play a YouTube video for us later? I have the name. Yeah, it depends on what the YouTube video is, as long as it's not. Oh, okay. Yeah, the video is called Noam Chomsky Reformer Revolution.
2 minutes, 42 seconds.
Oh yeah, you want to play it right now? It's Noam Chomsky. I will gladly drop some Noam Chomsky in here right now. Do you want to give me a link? And for the links, you're gonna have to send it through.
Yeah, I put it in the.
Can you send it through the private chat because I can't click the link on that? Yeah.
You can't click on it.
I can't even select the text to copy and paste it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have to go into the YouTube thing. So, but I got the private one. So, give me one sec, folks. Let me just cue. Let's check out. I love Noam Chomsky. I don't think I've played Noam Chomsky on this show yet. So shame on me. Thank you to Shin for prompting me to be able to play some Noam Chomsky here. I'll take any excuse to play Noam. So let me just cue this up for us here, and we will listen to Noam Chomsky on reform versus reform or revolution. And I have a feeling I'll be siding with Noam Chomsky on this one, and my assumption is he'll be taking the side of revolution. All right, we'll see. So let me just pull this up real quick. All right, you ready, folks? We're going to listen to a clip recommended by one of our viewers here, Shin Sung, who shared a clip from Noam Chomsky on reform or revolution. So this will be my first time. Possibly, I mean, I've listened to a lot of Noam Chomsky, so there is some chance that this will be my first time ever hearing this, so I look forward to hearing this along with you. And let's check it out, and then we'll come back and we'll discuss a bit. All right.
Well, I want you to think through these things carefully. Let's think about a revolution. I mean, if a revolution is going to be at all constructive, not just establish some horrible dictatorship, worse than you happened, there's only one way it can come about. That's if a large mass of the population, in fact, the large majority, come to recognize that changes that they want cannot be instituted within the framework of existing institutions. That means that if you're a real dedicated revolutionary, you're a reformist. There's no conflict between reform and revolution. What you want to do is press the institutions as far as possible to yield to just popular demands. And if the population comes to recognize, look, it can't be done anymore, okay, then you can talk about a revolution, but not before. And if you look at people who are really interested in revolutions, like Karl Marx, they press this all the time. In fact, he even believed that in England, country that the freest country of his day, parliamentary system in England, the United States, might be possible to establish a communist revolution without any violence at all, just by pressing forward within the framework of the institutions that they have. Well, maybe so, maybe not, but that's the criterion. So I think, just again, endorse what Juan and Amy said. You have to try in every possible way to bring the changes, bring about the changes that we think ought to be made by means that are available. And going back to Occupy, I agree with Amy, it was a tremendous achievement, but there's a gap. The 99% have to participate, and that hasn't been achieved. And that's pretty important. It's good to bring it to public attention, put it on the national agenda, get people to think about it, but that's only the first step. The next step is to engage the 99%, and that's a hard task, just as it has been with every popular movement. And you have to remember, if you look at the history of popular movements, they have had successes. I mean, it was a much freer, juster country than it was not that long ago, but it's always partial successes.
All right. Okay, nice. Yeah, so I thought that was a good take. He says that there's no conflict between reform and revolution. The point that he's making there is that we should push as hard as we can for reforms, and unless and until that the system will not bend to those reforms, only then do we need to talk about revolution. Of course, then if that's the case, and then that's what you need to do at that point. And so, yeah, I thought that was great. That's, I respect the wisdom of Noam Chomsky, and I think that's what we're doing here, right? Like, that's what we sort of advocate here for on the show, is trying to, one, having a multi-pronged approach, pushing from having an inside-outside strategy, trying to fight from within the Democratic Party, or also without it, from within electoral politics, also from without it. And you try to, because you, like Chomsky says there, you try to use all the tools that are available to you, right? You try to use all the tools that are available to you. And if reforms are part of the toolkit that you got, then you use that. If you can get real change through reforms, then you do that, right? And I don't think and Martin Luther King talked about this at one point, and he said, I worry that, maybe America is no longer capable of a revolution, only of a counter-revolution. A counter-revolution is essentially a revolution to stop a revolution. And so there's some chance that we are beyond the point of, even maybe through just too many creature comforts and consumerism, that we've now reached a point that we may be beyond a real revolution. I hope that's not the case, because that may be the only way forward in this to save us from ourselves, really, and from destruction. We may have to have a revolution, hopefully not a bloody revolution, hopefully political revolution. That's what we're trying for with Bernie Sanders, and even like things like the People's Party is, these are attempts at political revolution so that we can avoid a violent revolution. So if it's avoidable, and that's a big if, and that's a scary thing to have to talk about, but there is some chance that a violent revolution is the only kind of revolution that will ever work in this case. So, but I do like what Chomsky says here, and it's a thing that gives you some hope, right? That you can sort of say, listen, let's try to fight as hard as we can within the system for these reforms. And only if the system is absolutely unwilling to bend, and we are up, stuck between a rock and a hard place, essentially, that we have to, look to other things like revolution as the only way out. So, and this is an anarcho-syndicalist, like this is a self-described, quote unquote anarchist, an anarcho-syndicalist. And he's saying, listen, we still push from within the system. We push from, we reform, we fight to reform, because what else are you going to do? That's what's available to you. That's the best that you can often do. And so I try not to shit on leftists, and like, you won't see me like, some people will like shit on AOC and get on AOC, and I hate to see it, because like, it's like, oh, and we're gonna do a discussion about Jimmy Dore later, and he's done it a lot, and shitting on AOC about certain stuff where I'm like, yo, and Tim Black talks about this, and he's like, I'd like to see, like, it's always these people like these, like, folks that are just sitting on their couch, haven't done anything, to try to, progress the movement. And they're always the ones that are shitting on, the pure, leftists that are like, oh, electoral politics and this and that. And like, it's like, at least they're trying, right? They're doing what they can do, right? And they're trying to do something that they sincerely believe to be the right thing to do. And they went out there and they stuck their neck out there and they did it. And so folks like AOC, when she might make a mistake here and there, like, I try not to get on her too hard, because it's like, she is doing the best that we can hope for from a elected politician, right? So, but some people, even on the left here, they will let perfect be the enemy of good. They will not. Nothing is good enough for some leftists, and I will admit that I've seen some of that on the left and don't like that kind of discourse. Is like, let's try to credit these people that are the reformists. Now, there's been plenty of cases where reform was not enough. We could not. Some folks don't recognize it, but there were people during slavery that were reformists. There were slavery reformists, and then there were the slavery abolitionists, right? There were some people that they literally advocated for kinder, nicer, gentler slave masters. They said, you shouldn't beat the slaves, because when you hurt them, they work less. They're not as productive, right? So they advocated, listen, let's regulate so that we have nicer, kinder slave masters, right? We want to be, people that give them better food to eat and better shelter, right? But they still wanted there to be slaves, right? They wanted to maintain the system of slavery. They just wanted to be a kinder, gentler, a reformed version of slavery, right? That's how I view the current people that want to reform capitalism, right? They want a kinder, gentler, more conscious capitalism, right? But the problem is the system itself is the very system of renting the labor of another human being should be morally abhorrent to us. We should not feel like any person deserves the authority and the power over another individual to rent that person's labor, and therefore have all the power to decide when that person works, where that person works, what gets done with the surplus of that person's labor. That wage slavery or, renting a human being I want that to be one day sometime. And I believe that it will someday be viewed historically as almost as abhorrent as the idea of owning another person. And there's some people that are around today. You have some people that want to reform capitalism. They're called social democrats. They want to reform capitalism. They want to give more regulations, tighter regulations, tighter markets. And they would like to put in a bunch of rules to try to incentivize the employers to be kinder, gentler employers. And then you have a bunch of us that that are the socialists, and there are anarchists, communists on the left there that are abolitionists. We want to abolish capitalism. We want to see no more of a system that has an employer-employee dynamic where one person is able to rent the labor of another person. In the same way that it was it was seen as abhorrent for somebody to own the labor of another person, I want it to someday be seen as almost equally as abhorrent to rent the labor of another person in that fashion. And so we want to abolish the capitalist system by abolishing the employer-employee relationship, right? And that's the abolition of capitalism that we're talking about. And that's why we say, no, China didn't abolish capitalism. Russia didn't abolish capitalism. Venezuela hasn't abolished capitalism. There are still employers and employees. It's just that they've moved the employer, instead of calling it, Raytheon or Enron or whatever, they call it the government. And it's the same thing, but by a different name, right? It's still somebody else having power over you and decision-making power over your life in a way that is imbalanced and unfair and undemocratic. And so in that same way, I think I like the idea of reform in the areas that we can reform, but certain things are beyond reform. And I would like to see a political revolution at this point to abolish capitalism. We need to abolish capitalism. I firmly believe in the abolishment and the abolition of capitalism. And I think that we do that by, get ready for it, you know what's coming, building democratic workplaces, right? That's how it happens. And that's what Richard Wolff says, and folks like Cornel West, when they refer to the idea of radical democracy. And socialists have been saying this for centuries now, literally. In Rosa Luxemburg, 1918, came out and condemned big C communism and said, you can't do it this way. You need to be, workers don't have the control over the means of over production. It's just that the state has control over means of production. And that's not good enough. That's not democratic enough. And so there's a set of us now, the abolitionists, capitalism abolitionists, who believe in abolishing and abolishing the economic system that we suffer under today, while some people still want to reform it. And I think that history will look upon the reformists, unfortunately, in a very similar way to the way that they look at the reformists of slavery, which is to be a footnote in history, where the abolitionists will be seen historically as the ones who were on the right side of history. So look forward to that day that we actually abolish capitalism. Join me in doing so. Patreon.com/radical democracy. What Up America says, Kamali, would you consider the Emancipation Proclamation a reform or a revolution? So I would say, that's the emancipation itself wasn't the Emancipation Proclamation. That is a reform that came after a revolution, right? Like there was a revolution and then we got that, right? There was my history is so bad. I need to now look up which order these things happened in.
Civil War
happened before the Emancipation Proclamation, right? So Tammy's correcting me here, because I swear I'm so bad. I talked about this before, why I have a gap in my American history, but sometimes I get these things a little out of order. But so the Emancipation Proclamation did happen after the Civil War. And so no, I think that the Civil War was the revolution that happened. And then you had that being passed into law when a president was forced into that by the revolution already happening underneath them. And so, Abraham Lincoln, his thing, like people forget with Abraham Lincoln, but his thing was like, he didn't want to just like free the slaves. He wanted to free the slaves and send them all back to Africa. Like he wanted to kick black people out of the country. Abraham Lincoln isn't some like anti-racist or something like that. And Abraham Lincoln simply saw the reality that this thing was going to tear his country apart. And he said, let's just get rid of these black people. Let's just get rid of them. That was Abraham Lincoln's big thought. So if Lincoln had his way, that's what would have happened under, the emancipation. And so I think that it was a reform that happened, but simply after. It was really just like a formalizing a revolution that had already occurred. And so that was the slave uprisings, the slave revolts. That was a true revolution. And that was a violent revolution. Let's be clear. That was not a political revolution. That was violent revolution. It wasn't just through the abolitionist party and through electoral politics that they were able to do it. It was through, a literal civil war, the bloodiest war in American history for American citizens. And that's what it took in order to abolish the system of slavery. It took the bloodiest war in American history. And so let's just hope that we can do better than that in order to abolish capitalism, because this system cannot sustain, and no economic system has lasted forever in the history of the world. And the idea that this one is the one that's going to stick and last, I don't think that the socialism that I describe, I don't think that's the end of it. I don't think that's the final step. I just think it's one step along the way. I think that once we get there, then through those democratic enterprises, we will learn all the little gaps that are still missing, the little holes that have to be plugged, and we'll reform, and if we have to have another political revolution to bring about another better system, then that will have to happen then. But I think that we will put the power in place for people to do that by providing them with real democracy, not just in the economy, not just in politics, but in the economy as well. They'll have a real means of actually changing the system. And hopefully the way that it's done in the future will make it so that the system doesn't require revolution in order to be fixed. So when we notice things wrong, we should try to correct our system. Shinsung says, unfortunately, I don't believe someone who openly wants to collectivize the means of production can ever win a presidential election. I don't know how the US can become socialist. Yeah, you don't do it through, it doesn't have to happen through, like, it didn't matter if it wasn't Abraham Lincoln, deciding that slavery was over, right? It took an entire, again, civil war in order to make that happen. And those people, the abolitionists and those activists, are the ones that brought about the change, right? They brought about change that way. And for capitalism, it didn't exactly happen that way. There were plenty of violent crackdowns by feudalists to stop, the monarchists, the feudalists, to stop capitalism from rising up. But it would form in little pockets here and there, and then it would grow, and they try to hold it down and ensure. And then it slowly grew, and over time, these pockets eventually expanded, and it became the dominant force. And so I think that you can have something like that under socialism. That's how Richard Wolff believes the path forward is not it's not going to be through some electoral achievement outright. What you're going to have to do first is build the power on the ground. You got to build the power first, locally, at the grassroots. It's not easy. I think a lot of folks, we electoral politics, it's easy, right? You just go cast the vote with electoral politics, and that's it. And you only got to participate once every few years, and you just cast the vote, and then you get to say you participated in democracy. You get your little I voted sticker, and you feel real great about yourself. But what did you actually change? The hard stuff is actually doing real democracy and having to make those decisions and live with the consequences of those decisions. And so I think that it's going to happen not through an outright electoral reform. Now, electoral reform, like we talked about in the stream yesterday, when we saw some videos from Richard Wolff, who talked about Emilia Romagna in that region of Italy, the Emilia Romagna region of Italy, where they passed legislation that allowed them to, made it so that it was called the Marcora law. And it says that if you become unemployed, and you can get together with 9 other unemployed people, then you can request a lump sum of your unemployment benefits up front, as long as you agree to pool that money together to form a democratic workplace. So a democratic worker cooperative. But that just didn't just come out of one person's genius. It was a politician that they pushed, but they already had worker cooperatives pushing and fighting for this, that make the gains for the larger group. And so you got to start to build the power somewhere. That's what folks like Cooperation Jackson in Mississippi are doing. And they're building this up. Black Socialists in America, we got to build it ourselves. This is what we're doing here. I genuinely believe that what we are doing right here on this show, and not just by what we talk about, but by how we're structuring our workplace is the way that you overthrow capitalism. Is we will gain power through that. We can build this up. Today it's just me. I'm here. It's me and Tammy. We're sitting. I'm in my room in my house. I'm in my bedroom here, but Cenk Uygur, who started TYT, he started the same way, right? It was about 10 years ago. He started the same way. And now he's built up TYT to be the largest progressive media outlet in the world, essentially. And that's, online media, I should say, the largest progressive online media outlet in the world. And he's now able to push his progressive sort of ideology, social democrat, social democracy is his ideology. He's able to propel that forward in a way that, independent media didn't have that kind of power 10 years ago or whatever it was. And so we could do that here. We could build that here. We could build the next TYT, but a democratic, socialist TYT that, believes in these sort of fundamental principles and builds that outward. And, TYT has been known to do things like Cenk Uygur himself was union busting, and that's a real problem, right? And that's supposed progressive leftist, but he busted up a union there, and we should reckon with that and reconcile that and recognize that that was, a so-called progressive, a leftist, being anti-labor there for, and they can make every excuse they want, but you will never see me busting up a union, and I won't, hopefully there will never have to be a union formed and where I work, because the workers are the union. You already are the union. Why do you need a union when you already have full decision-making, the same decision-making power that you would have within a union, you will have within, because you'll be one of the cooperative, you'll be one of the coworkers. And so you have equal say. And so I don't think that we need to win a presidential election in order to do that. We can do it by first, we can eventually get there. Sure, we can get there. I don't think that presidential elections are all that determinative of what happens in people's day-to-day lives, to be honest. Whoever we get as president, local politics tends to impact you a lot more. The more local the politics, the more direct impact it tends to have on you. And so, sure, we can do things nationally, like, an Affordable Care Act or things like that. But, look at how those things actually end up affecting people day to day, and the amount of, and the difference between that versus just simply like local property taxes and how much that impacts, your children's education and things like that, and local police forces and yeah. So I don't think that we need to win a presidential election in order to become a socialist country. I don't think that we have to do that. I think that we'll get there eventually, but I think that we can already be building that movement without having the president doesn't come first. You first need to build up power locally, then use that power to build political power, right? First, build economic power first, build economic power, socialist economic power, meaning democratic workplaces, then use that economic power to then build political power locally first, which is what cooperation, that's the model. If you check out Cooperation Jackson, that's the model they followed for Cooperation Jackson. They started as a worker cooperative. They built economic power first, then they took that economic power and they used that to then build political power in their city. And now that they have politicians that are friendly to that, they then use that influence with those politicians to then build more laws that are beneficial to them. This is exactly what capitalists did, by the way. So if people are like, oh my God, this is a socialist takeover, not anyone here, obviously, but if folks listening and they're like, oh my gosh, listen to these socialists, they're saying they're going to take over our government. And it's like, this is exactly what the capitalists did, right? And they do everything to get all these laws in their favor. And so we're just saying we need to do the same thing. We should be fighting for things like Marcora laws, but it's very hard to fight for a Marcora law if you don't even have an example locally of a single worker cooperative that exists yet. And so we got to start doing the really difficult work of building these democratic workplaces ourselves. And, you can help contribute by, please, I need you to contribute. It's not just that you can. If you can afford it, I need you to contribute to the helping us to build democracy in the workplace here, help fund us to just keep this thing going. We are not going to be backed by an investor or have any sort of corporate backers, because we are not a pro-corporate entity. We are not a pro-capitalist entity. We will not have that sort of backing by the system. And so we need your support. If you believe in these things, or you would at least be interested in seeing if they even have a chance at working, then please do me a favor and head over to patreon.com/radical democracy and just donate even $1 a month. You only have to commit, it's only 1 month. You can do it month by month. You can cancel anytime. So donate, sign up for $1 a month. Today, right now, I need somebody, one of you that are listening right now that haven't yet signed up. If you can afford $1 a month, I need you to take that plunge and do that for me now. And just sign up for our Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy, and allow this channel to exist, allow this show to grow, and let us prove that this is possible with people power. We need people power. That's all we have. We don't have the backing of corporations and the wealthy. So we need, it's all backed by individual small dollar donors to our show here and our channel and our team, our cooperative here. What Up America says, it's hard because the U.S. doesn't subsidize or provide advantages to worker co-ops, but they do for large private corporations. Yeah, for capitalist business, they have all kinds of banks that will lend to capitalists. And so I totally agree. I used the example of Mondragon. It started 60 years ago. And I know that sounds like a long time, but you know what? We could be fighting. We've been doing 40 years of this electoral politics, lesser of two evils voting, and we've gone nowhere. And ever since, you know, like the 50s, we've been on a downward slope, really. And so if instead for the past 50 years, we had focused on building worker cooperatives throughout our society and actually building power up through worker cooperatives, just supporting other worker cooperatives. I'm looking at that and how I can do that and work with other worker cooperatives so that when you support us, hopefully the platforms that we end up using, we're looking into all worker cooperative labor-based platforms. So that way that we're helping to circulate money within the socialist network in the United States. And we need to start to build networks like that. And we're trying to link up with folks that are building those networks and try to build solidarity with them. And of course, it's early on, it's really hard, but even in the case of Mondragon, they had the support, they had the backing of the church when they did that in Mondragon, but it was 5 people that started a worker cooperative, and it's grown to over 100,000 workers today, and the 4th largest corporation in all of Spain. And it's a cooperative of worker cooperatives. And so it may take a long time, but you know what? The whole way along there, every single person that begins to cooperate with us and enters into the cooperative, that's one more person that's granted democracy, right? And if we can just start there and expand that outward and start to build support within these democratic institutions, and then expand that outward and start to support each other, start to build networks of these worker cooperatives, then I think that we have a real chance to build enough power. And again, at least for those people that are willing and wanting to participate in a democratic workplace, if we give them the opportunity to, the empirical evidence has proven those institutions, those organizations will be more productive than capitalist organizations, just based on what we've seen from Mondragon and Emilia-Romagna. And Emilia-Romagna, 40% of the production from that region is done by worker cooperatives. So there's a massive worker cooperative sector. We have to both simultaneously build democratic workplaces, build economic democracy where we work. And then on a second front, we have to then take that power that we gain, the economic power that we gain from that, we have to use that to then build political power. So that's the direction that I think it has to work. It's tough. It's not the easy path forward. There's not an instant gratification, the instant gratification that we're used to with, modern day, social media, that sort of stuff. We want an instant gratification. When you cast a vote and you hit that thing, usually you cast a vote and the same day you get to see the results of the election, right? That's an instant gratification for people. So you cast your vote, and very shortly after, you get to see what happens. Did my guy win, or did they lose? You get the instant gratification, right? And so we gotta start to resist that desire for the instant gratification always, and recognize that some of these fights are going to be long, hard fights. And yes, we can fight on the front of electoral politics with some of our energy, but if we simply spend all of our energy fighting for electoral politics, we may tread water for another century or two before we ever make any sort of gain there. And so we can't wait around for that. If Father Arizmendi, the priest that started the Mondragon Corporation in Spain, he joked around that, if we wait around for the capitalists to come and save us, we'll die of old age. So there we gotta take that same perspective and say, listen, if we wait around for these capitalists, and look at both parties are capitalist parties in this country, both major parties, we have 2 major parties, and both major parties are capitalist parties. And if we just wait around for these capitalist parties to come and save us, and for these capitalists to come and save us, we will die of old age, just waiting and wanting and wondering, when will it come? When will we get universal health care, universal basic income, a jobs guarantee? In 1944, maybe I should pull up this speech of FDR's speech in 1944. He gave this State of the Union address, and he talks about the economic Bill of Rights. Yeah, so he talks about the economic Bill of Rights. Let me see. I just want to pull this up real quick and listen to 1944. FDR out here. this is how long we've been talking about this stuff. I just wanted you to see this as an example of how long we have been talking about this stuff in this country, right? So this is 1944. This is 76 years ago, okay? So 76 years ago, this is our president, the president of the United States, a sitting president, 76 years ago, saying what he believes we need a new second economic bill of rights. So he's proposing a second bill of rights, and listen to the things that he says that we should have as guaranteed as a human right 76 years ago. And just think about 76 years later, how much of this do we have? 76 years later, after a sitting president, the most popular president in the history of the United States, reelected to the presidency 4 times, the reason that they invented the term limits, okay? Listen to what he says here, and just think about this in context of what we have today. This is Frederick Delano Roosevelt in 1944, State of the Union Address.
In our day, certain economic proofs have become accepted as self-evident. A second Bill of Rights, under which a new basis of security and prosperity can be established for all, regardless of station or race or creed. Among these are the right to a useful and remunerative job, the right to earn enough to provide adequate food and clothing and recreation, the right of every farmer to raise and sell his products at a return which will give him and his family a decent living, the right of every businessman, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom, freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies at home or abroad, the right of every family to a decent home, the right to adequate medical care, and the opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health, the right to adequate protection from the economic fears of old age, sickness, accident, and unemployment, the right to a good education. All of these rights spell security. And after this war is won, we must be prepared to move forward in the implementation of these rights to new goals of human happiness and well-being. For unless there is security here at home, there cannot be lasting peace in the world.
All right, everyone. That was your former president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, speaking there in 1944. That was the State of the Union address from 1944. And in case you didn't catch that, let me just run through the list of the Bill of Rights that he proposed, the Economic Bill of Rights. He said, everyone, regardless of station, race, or creed. So he's saying regardless of class, race, station, deserves these rights. A dignified job with a living wage. Okay. He said enough, not just enough to earn to survive, he says, but for adequate recreation. Okay. So he's saying you should make enough money so that you can have enough. You don't just have a right to a dignified job with a living wage, but you have a right to a dignified job with a living wage that provides you enough recreational time for yourself, enough leisure time to, to vacation. Okay. So he's already saying, mandating, vacation time in there. He says the right for businesses, he said this was the one business right that he put in there. And it was businesses to be free from unfair competition and domination, by monopolies. Now look at places like Amazon, Walmart, Facebook. Like, look at these massive monopolies that we have nowadays. Just keep those in mind, and how they dominate, like, say, the public square, right? Like Twitter and Facebook control what we used to call the public square, where it's just like where you go to speak and communicate to other people. And so He said every person has the right to a home, so housing is a human right, healthcare and good health, he said. So healthcare as a human right. So he's talking about universal healthcare right there, saying the government needs to provide this stuff. Be clear. He said the government, it is the responsibility of a government to provide these things to every citizen, regardless of station, race, or creed. Okay. So he says the right to a safe and healthy retirement, free of sickness, and a decent retirement, right? So he says everyone has the right to a good retirement, to be free from unemployment. So he says they have a right, a dignified job is a human right. People should not be unemployed. I'm unemployed right now. The right to a good education. So he's talking, free public education he's talking about right there. And he says that, until these things, until we have, I forget the exact quote that he said there, but it's like, until we have, security at home, we will not have lasting peace abroad. So all this idea of participating in these foreign wars while ignoring all the ills of the people here at home is where we still are. And so this is 76 years ago here. So we're talking about 76 years ago, and we got a president that is saying that all these things should exist. And look where we are 76 years later. These ideas are not new ideas. We've been fighting for a long time for universal health care and free public education, housing as a human right, federal jobs guarantee. Like, we've been fighting for decades and decades for this stuff, and it's still not here. So we can't act like the next one we vote in, or if we just wait 4 more years and then the next person we vote in, they are going to do it, right? Or like 10 or 12 years from now, oh, that person will be the president. No, we can't keep sitting around and waiting for these capitalists to save us from capitalism. They're not going to do it. We got to do it ourselves. We got to go outside of the bounds of capitalism. And the way that you do that is by building and supporting democratic workplaces. You can support this one right here, right now. You can do that. You can participate in that. You can participate in that kind of revolution by going to our Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy, and donating as little as $1 a month. You can support an actual movement to build democracy, to build a truly democratic society where we could finally gain the power that we need to implement these things and to have lasting peace, to have this lasting peace. Because a lot of these reforms that we make, if we make these reforms like Richard Wolff warned us yesterday in yesterday's stream, check it out, 7 hours. Maybe you're not going to check out that whole thing, but we did a nice stream, Labor Day special, and we covered a lot of Richard Wolff. And he talked about it, that he talked about how, and I'll do clips of this. Don't worry, that stream is going to get clipped up, in the next couple of days, and we'll be launching tons of clips from that stream and this one. And so, but he said, whatever we do, whatever reforms we do, if we leave capitalists in place and in power, they will just slowly but surely undo those reforms. So we cannot leave them in power. And the only way to take them out of power is by building democratic workplaces. And you can support that here at Radical Democracy and the Radical Democracy Show. We are developing this as a democratic organization, a democratic workplace, a democratic worker cooperative. So please contribute today if you can afford it. I need you to do it now. Just head over, and we are trying to get to 10 Patreon patrons by the end of the month here. We need a lot more than that, because we got to start to pick up our pace. Hopefully we can get that a lot sooner so that we can bump that goal up, because we're going to need to make a lot more progress a lot faster if we want to keep this thing going strong. Otherwise, once unemployment runs out, this is brought to you by unemployment right now. Okay. Like, if I wasn't on unemployment, if I didn't have some small savings through the federal pandemic unemployment compensation that can hold me over, and I wasn't on unemployment right now, I would not be able to do the show. I'm not housing secure. I need to, I would need to be I would have to be working right now. I'm a software engineer by profession. I'd have to have a job, and I need to be doing that. And I couldn't be doing this. So, and So not in the same capacity, that's for sure. So we've got about another 4 to 6 months probably of being able to do this before we'll need to pick up enough support. It doesn't mean that it's going to end after 6 months. It means that we just have to get enough support together in the next 6 months in order to keep this thing going. So over the next 6 months, we're going to have to grow very big, just, I don't know what the number will have to be, but it's probably going to be around like $1,000 a month. If I can hit $1,000 a month within 6 months, then probably I can survive off of $1,000 a month. And then really we need to get it up to like, and then there will be some slowdown in the content because, Tammy just won't be able to do the same amount of work if she has to be working a full-time job and stuff. And so, but we could get Tammy on as our full-time producer for, we'll have to see, we'll probably need at least, it's going to be at least another 1,000 a month, but probably more than that, but at least 1,000 a month, preferably like 2 per person, honestly, with all the taxes and such. So try to be transparent with you. We'll try to let you, keep you informed on that. You can also drop us a tip, one-time tip at coffee.com, ko-fi.com/radical democracy. So please head over there. We've got a fundraiser going coffee right now for a new mic for Tammy so that we can just improve the show, constantly improve the show. That's our goal for you and bring you better content. So we would like to give voice to our producer and bring in the voice of a woman on the show. We too much of me, can become monotonous. So we want to bring in some different voices and different representation, of course. And so, yeah, let's do that. And so if you can't donate right now, I totally understand, but please do me one favor then and like, subscribe, and share this video out and just help us to grow, helps the channel to grow. So that is deeply appreciated. Do we have any comments that we'd like to get to? We can check through and we'll check out. I see a bunch of comments that came in. I've been rambling. Okay, yeah. So Shinsung says, do you believe capitalism is not as bad as feudalism? Yeah, of course. Like, damn, like, honestly, there are different issues there. Like, no, I don't think that people's like the average person was like better off under feudalism per se. There were a lot of things that were not an issue under feudalism, but that could be, it's not feudalism itself, it's feudalism combined with the technology of the time, really, that kind of does that. But like, under feudalism, you had really sick stuff. Like the king would be able to have like, or like the lord would be able to have sex with everybody's, like whenever you got married, they would have sex with with the woman, like this was not consensual. And so like terrible stuff like that, like so like that doesn't happen. But then we have like rampant sexual harassment and sexual assault in the workplace and under capitalism. Harvey Weinstein's just a major example, but we got all kinds of people that abuse that power. Roger Ailes did it, and lots of other industries and smaller businesses where they don't even get mentioned. And in like the service industry, maids, it happens to maids a lot. They're sexually assaulted and harassed, but oftentimes sexually assaulted even, and they have to face a lot of that. And those are oftentimes, immigrant workers, sometimes undocumented, but oftentimes, immigrant workers that are here on visas that can, there's a power imbalance that we got to look at there too. And so do I believe that capitalism is not as bad as feudalism? I suppose in a way, because like with feudalism, it's like birthright stuff. And like, there's really no chance if you're born as a serf, you're going to, there's zero class mobility really, other than marrying into it. And so, no, I think there's slightly more mobility. Slightly more opportunities for innovation, I suppose. But so, no, I don't think, but there were other advantages that I will say under feudalism. I don't know that this was necessarily a result of feudalism or just simply the technology at the time. But you also you spent more time with your family under feudalism. Your family was your team. That was who you worked with. That's, your kids, you had kids so that they could come and they could help on the farm. And like you got 3 days at least to work for your own stuff, versus here you only got 2 days of your own, where there was like 3 days, and you grew food. It was more natural, foods grown and things like that. And you were eating healthier, and it was healthier lifestyles. in that sense, like physical health, but also then obviously medicine at the time, like there's been lots of advancements under capitalism. And so, no, I don't think that capitalism is as bad as feudalism per se, but that's like damning with faint praise, I will say, because feudalism is terrible too. So I don't think capitalism is as bad as slavery, but I think they're both terrible systems, economic systems. Tammy says, I think they're similar in that both exploit the poor working class to serve the elite so they can hoard power and wealth. And yes, that's the key point that I should make. But I would say capitalism just gives the proletariat the promise / illusion of feeling like they have an individual power within the system. Yeah, and some slight chance for upward mobility. But we all see, if you look at the class mobility in the US, it's lower than ever before. And so, I mean, obviously not under capitalism, it's lower than ever before under capitalism. So, Shin Sung says, FDR was a social democrat. He wanted to save capitalism. Exactly. This is a guy who wanted to save capitalism. And this is what a lot of these reformers want to do right now is save capitalism. And folks don't realize that a lot of the reforms that they talk about are things that are going to help save capitalism and continue to allow the system to rot untold damage on the masses of people. And so, yeah, FDR was a social democrat. He wasn't some like avowed lefty. He got pushed to the left by mass movements at the time. It wasn't like he was the one granting this stuff. Is like an important thing to note is like a lot of the times in our history, it's glorified Abraham Lincoln and FDR. They glorify the leaders, but ignoring the mass movements that formed behind these people. That's what really made the change. That's what actually caused the change to happen, were the mass movements of working class peoples, bonding together, forming solidarity, and rising up against the ruling class. So, yeah, FDR was a social democrat. He was nobody's socialist. But there were socialists, communists, and trade unionists that formed a coalition and pushed him to the left. And so, definitely something worth noting. Ben 2K said, eat something, and let's see if we can get the door stuff rolling with more Americans here and watching. Yeah, I really want to get more folks in there for the door conversation. And so I really need to eat something also. And so both of those things need to happen. But I would like to get more folks in here for the door conversation. So I do think we're going to end up holding that door conversation till later. We can see what time works best, but honestly, I'm thinking more like 6 p.m. Eastern time. So I think that might be like 10 o'clock your time, Ben. Unfortunately, I know that's kind of late for you, but I do think that that's probably going to be a better time for that to go on. So leaning that direction, definitely leaning that direction. Do we have any other comments? I got some other random stuff I'll throw out there if we. No, you know what? I mean, okay, we're approaching 4 hours. We'll do a 4-hour stream here. We got 10 minutes left to hit 4 hours. We'll do a 4-hour stream here. I have a bunch of other little side topics that I'm like, that I could talk about. But you know what? Tammy, how are you feeling? You hungry? Okay, Tammy's hungry. I'm hungry. We're going to wind down here. So we're going to wind on down. If anyone has any last comments, I'm not going to do these other stories. I want to get to the Edward Snowden vindication. I want to talk about the absurdity of gender reveal parties and the destruction they can cause, and talk about a little bit about maybe Jessica Krug and this like, what are they? I heard a good term for this. Blackfishing is what people are calling it. Blackfishing. So we'll do a story on blackfishing later, on the NSA surveillance being exposed as unlawful, and the vindication of Edward Snowden. We'll talk a little bit about these blackfishers like Jessica Krug, Beth McLaughlin, Rachel Dolezal, and one of our favorite blackfishers here, Elizabeth Warren, aka Pocahontas, aka, sorry, Tammy just looked at me sideways when I said that. Listen, okay, I would love if Bernie did some Pocahontas material on Elizabeth Warren during the campaign. I think that would have worked out very well. I could totally see.
It's not blackfishing for her, it's because it's in
Yes, of course. I say blackfishing, but two of these cases are not. It's not black. It's indigenous people. Beth McLaughlin and Elizabeth Warren, where they were, doing this to indigenous people for they are falsely claiming indigenous heritage and then using that to position themselves and gain status and to get better positioning in society. And it's really gross and I hate it and I want to talk about it some. And so I need to take a break though. So let's take a break. We're going to take a break and then we will return later. I see that I got 10 people in the stream right now. You all need to hit that like button right now, subscribe, share this video out. If you are not subscribed to our channel, I'm deeply disappointed in you right now, and you need to fix that immediately. It's literally it's right there. It's a button. It's right there. All you got to do is click your little finger. Just click that finger. All right. Like, subscribe, share. I don't even care if you don't like it. You better hit that like button. All right. I don't care if you don't like me. You like that dang on video. All right. You hit that like button, subscribe, share it out. I know that's a little bit more to ask for people, but please share this out. It helps other people to get, to come in to view it. We need to grow our channel. Let me check to see, did we gain any new subscribers here? I want to see some new. No, we're still at 1094. So we need 6 more subscribers to hit 1100. So I don't know who's in here that hasn't subscribed, but I am so deeply disappointed in you for not doing so yet. I need you to just hit the subscribe button, and then just some folks that can afford it. If you can afford it, please contribute to this show by dropping us a few dollars on a tip on coffee. Since we don't have super chat enabled, you can tip us on coffee, whatever you can afford. You don't have to sign up for an account or anything like that. Or even better, you can subscribe to our Patreon for as low as $1 a month. You can literally subscribe for any amount over $1, whatever you decide. You decide how much you want to contribute each month. And we deeply, deeply appreciate that. Right now, we have 7 Patreon patrons. We would like to get to 10 in the next week, per se. I'm gonna make an announcement. I keep saying I'm gonna make this announcement to friends and family about my channel, but my friends don't know that I have this channel yet. Still, J. Cole has a line in his song where he's like, if they don't know your dreams, then they can't shoot you down, then they can't shoot them down, So like, sometimes I don't like to share my dreams with people because then people just shit on it and shoot it down. And I don't want to hear it. I don't want to deal with it, So I don't want a bunch of people telling me, well, I can't do anything. I'm out here to do it. I'm going to make it happen. So no, I'm going to announce to friends and family soon. I'm a slow writer and I fear writing. And so every time I have to write something, I'm coming up against it. I'm just like, I procrastinate and find other things to do. So it's just part of who I am, and what you're going to have to deal with me, deal with it. All right. But thank you so much to everyone that stuck with us today and hung out. Thank you so much for all the comments. Shin, again, great comments. Love, seems like you're going to be a nice, great addition to the community here, and prolific commenter. I love it. Lots of great discussion points and just lots of great points that you made. Shout out to What Up America, Tammy as always, Ben 2K, Mark McKeever, all of our Patreon community, Scott, who's brother of mine, and just everyone that participates in any way that you participate. I deeply appreciate it. Please join us later for some more discussion. I see 10 people in this thing, and I just know that every minute that I stick around here, I get 10 more minutes of watch time. And so I'm going to just keep hanging around. Does anybody have any last questions? Any last thoughts? By all means, please drop it there. I see one from Shinsung here. Oh, wait. Oh, let me see. Maybe I should read before I... Okay, so sorry. Shinsung says, feminists talk about choice in abortion, but ignore class because only women who could afford it can have choice. Yeah, so like that's it's a part of what they call like white feminism sometimes, is that it ignores the intersectionality and misses something there. And you also got people that are like, so like people that are like, don't recognize like you got like TERFs who will also not recognize the unique challenges for, people with uteruses and that have to, in that, are still, even though they are, they're a man, they identify as male, they still have to, as a man, they still have to deal with these sorts of issues, and they have even more challenges in that they face in just the way that they're treated by their healthcare professionals and that sort of thing. And so I think that that's a great point, and absolutely crucial point to make, and why we can't do any kind of like reductionism, and we have to try to see the intersectionality and the overlap in these different issues and recognize that, and not fall victim to making these same mistakes, because we can avoid these mistakes in these social movements that we do when we're trying to show solidarity with people. We cannot erase out certain intersections of these groups. And so, yes, when we talk about, choice, we have to recognize that unless we provide things like Medicare for all, there's not a choice there for some people, and it's going to be poor people, which is going to be disproportionately Black people, brown people, Indigenous people, and native born people, so trans people, gay folks, it's just marginalized folks, right? So yes, that is a crucial point to make, and just something that we should never lose sight of. Tammy says SWERFs as well. Yes, those are sex worker exclusionary radical feminists, which is like I did a video recently on Chris Hedges, who unfortunately falls into that category. And yes, so as Tammy says, they're sex worker exclusive or exclusionary radical feminism. So exclusive would mean that I suppose they would, or no, I guess, no, it is exclusive. Yeah, it is exclusive. It sometimes when you say, like, when you hear exclusive, you kind of think like, oh, exclusively that thing. It can be like either, or it could be like exclusively sex workers or exclusively not, but like, but that still applies. Exclusionary is a little bit more like on point with it. So yeah, these are folks that ignore sex workers inside of, and when they, like, there was a recent, like, what part of the recent like CARES Act, I think it was, that they passed a legislation in that said that the unemployment benefits could not go to sex workers. Like, so even though they gave unemployment benefits to all other gig workers, they said they carved out a special exception for sex workers that said, yeah, but not sex workers. Sex workers can't get unemployment benefits. Like, that's terrible. That's horrendous. Why? Why not? That's a job. Why can't they? It's just these are anti-woman positions. They're not anti. It's anti-women is what it's about, and it's about maintaining power imbalances so that these people are forced into these situations where they are they have less choice and less control over these situations. So. Yeah, and then Tammy just says, yeah, so basically not real true intersectional feminism. Exactly. We need intersectional movements as we have these movements, and recognize an intersectionality and the importance of that. And Brian Dew says child allowance is common in many countries, cash payments to make children's lives better. Thank you so much to a first time commenter here, Brian Dew. Thank you so much for the comment, Brian. Really appreciate that. And yeah, they say, that sounds like, that's a cool idea. Child allowance. I think that, there's a course like child allowance now. Is that like from a government stance, Brian? Is that like a government providing a child allowance? That I think is a great thing. I know, like, this idea of like, a child having an allowance that they get from their parents, that's a different, thing. And that's like, there's a class issue there, because obviously you have to have, disposable income to be giving a child an allowance as a parent. But I think that what Brian's referring to is child allowances from the state, mandated by the state, where they are providing an allowance per children, so that you're like, listen, hey, and this is the thing, and that's the messed up thing too, Brian, is that like we talk about in this country, they always talk about like the GOP and stuff, and Republicans will say that they're like the party of like family values, and they care about family values, and we talk about all these things about family values, but then those same people, they just, as soon as a child's born, they stop caring about it. Like George Carlin has this line in one of his stand-ups where he's like, pre-born, you're good. Preschool, you're fucked. And it's just like, as soon as you are out of the womb, they're just like, all right, you're on your own, kid. No social services, no welfare programs, nothing. Like, you're on your own. And that's terrible. If we really cared about family values, we would give parents, we would mandate things like paid parental leave for, for any new parents that are adopting. Both parents should get it, and it should be mandatory. You got to go, take off time, take this time and go and look after your kids, raise your kids, spend more time with your children, particularly in those first 2 years of their lives where it's really critical, to have that interaction with their parents. And so, in socializations and developing socialization skills. So we need more, I think that, we need to support parents and then support them by helping them support their kids. If you have kids cost money, right? It costs money to feed kids, clothe kids. If we're not going to provide all those things just out of the gate, then we need to make sure that we provide the funding for those folks so that they can be supported. If we cared about family values, if we cared about the children, they always talk about, the children, all these like QAnon folks and like, the children, if you care about the children, then you should provide that allowance, like Brian was saying. So Brian says, yeah, lots of countries in Europe have the government pay monthly sums to parents and call it a child allowance. Thanks for the clarification. No, thank you for that. It's something that there's so many, I look at, you have to look outside of the US to see all what's possible in this world. And like places like Estonia have 18 months parental leave, paid parental leave at I think it's 90 to 100% of the wages. And in some places they take the average. I believe in Estonia, they take the average of the two parents' wages just to further close that gender pay gap. They take the average of the two parents' wages. And of course, my statement there just also incorrectly and falsely and messed uply assumes that the two parents are of different genders. Sorry for doing that. And you may have not caught that. That was really subtle, but I caught myself saying it. So I apologize for that little thing. But it does have that effect because the vast majority of marriages are traditional, traditional. I hopefully that language is okay. So but thank you. So thank you for dropping some knowledge there, Brian. Really appreciate that. That's the sort of things that we should be doing to support support families in this country, support women, support parents, support, there's a lot of single moms that we gotta support parents, support women, support children in real substantive ways. Just direct cash payments. Like people, that's people, I think his name is, it's Walter, like Bregman, I believe his name is Walter Bregman. He's the guy that was at like Davos, and he like just like embarrassed some rich person at Davos, and like I think he's like a ginger guy or like I don't know. And he's this historian and economist, and he said he has this TED talk that he gave where he said something like it's in the title of it might be something like this, but it's something along the lines of excuse me. He says poverty is not a poverty is not a character issue, it's a cash issue, essentially, is what it sums up to. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what it sums up to is poverty is not a character issue. It's a cash issue, right? They simply need cash, right? It's not that there's something wrong with their character and that's why they're poor. They just simply don't have cash, right? So you give people cash and you solve that problem, and you solve this problem of poverty. And then they try to pin all this stuff on but you'll see wherever there's high poverty, there's high crime rates. And it's not about it's not something inherent to Black people being more violent. It's just that Black people in America are stuck in more poverty. And so they have a higher, likelihood to have to, to commit crime in order to, you're surviving. You're just trying to survive. And so, I'll harken back to that Tanya Stevens line where, reggae artist Tanya Stevens, where she says, providing no jobs and telling us stop the crime is like beating a child and telling them not to cry. So you got to provide jobs. You got to provide financial support for people if you want the crime to stop, if you want the society to get better, and you want, just a healthier society. We got to provide, I believe we could be giving people right now, especially during this pandemic, should be a universal basic income. And I think that would be a decent, placeholder for better reforms. But that would be a great reform, is if we could do universal basic income. It just $2,000 a month payments to every adult, every person over age, say 16 in the country. We could do 18, but I think 16 is fair. And then, $1,000 payment extra for every child somebody has, or something like that. I say 2,000, but whatever. I'll take 1,000 if it's a young child, whatever. I think 2,000 per child would be fine. But, that should be our universal basic income. And we should just provide that and make sure that people have some safety net there, especially at a time like this. It just proves that people, cash is the only thing, cash injections into, to working class people, getting cash into the hands of working class people is the thing that has kept this economy up throughout this pandemic. It's the only reason we haven't had a complete collapse of this economy has been our consumer spending, and consumer spending in the US is 70% of the economy. So really easy way to stimulate consumer spending is to just keep on, giving consumers money. So do we want to pull up some more comments here? Okay, I don't mind. We should get into we got some conversation happening around sex work, which is great, because I wanted to run for office at one point and run for public office, and actually wanted to run for Congress. And I part of my platform was decriminalizing sex work. And I really appreciate that Alex Morris, who recently ran, unfortunately lost in Massachusetts 1st District, he had that as a part of his platform, was decriminalizing sex work. It's absolutely absurd, the things that we criminalize. Like, it's just, that's an anti-woman, Lupe Fiasco has a line in one of his songs where he says, to me, it seems what constitutes a prostitute is the pursuit of profit, right? So he's essentially saying what constitutes a prostitute is the pursuit of profit. And it's like the only thing, so you can go and you can give away sex for free. That's totally legal in this country. You can go have sex for free as much as you want. You could go give away sex for free, right? But the moment that you ask for money for it, oh no, go to jail. You go to jail. Who does that benefit? Who do you think that benefits? I'm telling you, it's men primarily. It's men who don't want to pay for, who can't get sex because of their personality. Let's be real. For some, I'm not. I want to shit on, like, we had a conversation going yesterday around like incels and things like that. That's not who I'm shitting on here. There's a whole lot of men, and who and some of the incel community as well who can't have sex with women, not because they are completely unwanted by women, but because the personalities that they offer up right there. They hate women. It's a misogynistic behavior. They have this hatred towards women. So you create this situation where then it's like, okay, well, who's going to want to, or it doesn't necessarily have to be just against women or whatever. There's also, a lot of, gay men that end up in sex work as well. It's just more prominent there. So there is, it's just a way to keep people down, right? And it's got some serious patriarchal tones to me as well, in trying to and that's some big government shit that like right wingers should not be down for. Like, you talk about like being against big government. Why do you want government in the bedroom like that? Like, I don't want the government like regulating the bedroom for people. We should have sex positivity on the left, which includes pro-sex work, being pro-sex work. If you're sex positive, you have to be pro-sex work, because it's a job that people are doing, and it's a work that they're working class person also. So you just got to recognize all those things and recognize their humanity and the fact that these folks, they should be able to do what the hell they're doing and not be persecuted by the state. So Shin Sung says, there's nothing wrong with porn, but there should be no porn industry. It depends, honestly. It just depends on what the industry means, right? If it's a democratically controlled industry, I don't have an issue with it. If people get around together and women want to get together or other people want to get together and they democratically decide this is what they want to do with their lives, and they decide that that's what they would like to do, and they're free from coercion and they're allowed to decide that, and they have the liberty to go decide that, and they group together in a democratic workplace where through it being democratic, there is no direct exploitation happening there, then I'm not going to sit there and try to regulate out the fact like there being a porn industry. No, you should be able to make a profit from that. If you can sell everything else in the society and you can commodify everything else, why can't you commodify the sex, the thing that you have, one of the few bits of your labor that you can control? So I do think that people should be allowed to have an industry around it. It should just be a democratically controlled industry, not an exploitative, capitalist, hierarchical, top down, abusive industry. And so, yes, I do think that I'm fine with there being an industry. Absolutely fine with there being porn. Absolutely support that. But I only want it to be, I want to live in a world where I know that people are not being coerced into it. I want to know that they are choosing to do that. And if people so choose to do it, I'm totally cool with that. Again, sex positivity. People want to have sex and they want to film it and they want to sell it. I don't see what's wrong with that, because we make money every other way. We can sell all kinds of stuff. People can sell their organs. People can sell, you can sell blood in this country. Why can't you sell sex? It's just like, so yeah, I agree that there's nothing wrong with porn. I also agree that there is something wrong with the porn industry. It's just that it's the industry as it's constructed today, not something inherently wrong with a porn industry. I'm totally fine with there being a porn industry. I just don't want there to be a capitalist porn industry. I think that is inherently and just thoroughly exploitative. And so I don't support a capitalist porn industry, but totally support a democratically owned and operated, and a democratic porn industry. Totally cool with that. No problem with that whatsoever. Support it 100%. In this day and age, I would be glad for something like that to exist, because I hate, let's be real, I consume porn and there's always this like feeling in the back of your mind. You always like feel like, is this a person that's being exploited? I hope this person is, as a leftist, at least, it's like, I hope this person isn't being exploited. I want to know that they're not like being forced into this at all. And like, that matters. And like, I just want to know that I can, again, that's why there's no ethical consumption or no ethical consumables under capitalism. And damn sure porn ain't exempt from that. So, definitely pro porn. But I want it to be free of exploitation. And that's there's a lot of change that has to happen before we can get to there. And one of the first things is decriminalizing sex work, repeal Sesta Fosta, decriminalize sex work, and then we can start to talk about, and then in build and encourage democratic workplaces, cooperatives where sex workers in the film stars, like porn film stars, would be able to like join together, form a cooperative, say, hey, we share in the cost and this and the protection and that sort of thing, and the equipment and all this sort of stuff, and then you have control over it, and so be free of exploitation. So Shinsung says sex workers and porn stars should not have any bosses at all. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So exactly, sex workers and porn stars should be their own boss, right? Just like what Richard Wolff was saying, they should be their own boss. And the way that you do that, and if we just say, oh, they should have no sort of way to cooperate in a business together, then that's dangerous, because then you're saying, oh, you have to be isolated and on your own and doing this all alone. I don't agree with that either. We got to think through it really carefully. Let people bond together in democratic enterprises and build a democratic enterprise, and then they will be their own bosses, and they can also have the protection of numbers. Okay, so that's why I advocate for that position. So I think this is a really interesting conversation, by the way. So any more comments that we want to get to? Tammy says, yeah, it's like any other industry in business. It's the capitalism in it. Yeah, exactly. It's like that's the capitalism, not the industry that's the problem. It's the capitalism that's the problem. Tammy says sex work and porn exist within our current system, so the workers are held to the patriarchal and capitalist system. Yes, absolutely. Yep. It's porn within capitalism is just inherently exploitative. It is absolutely, without a doubt, exploitative, and it can't not be exploitative as long as it's operating under capitalism, until these workers actually own the full product of their labor. Then they're being exploited. That's being extracted by people who are not sex workers themselves and are not should have no say in that. And so I don't want like people to be like, yeah. So yeah. Tammy says, But in an ideal world, without those oppressive systems, then I think an individual choosing to use sex as a product is fine. I agree. There are some people that are like, Chris Hedges disagrees with me, who I respect Chris Hedges, but he disagrees with me. I'm fine. I think he's wrong. I think he's definitely wrong on this with the swerfy stuff. And sorry, I got some allergies making my nose itchy. So I didn't take allergy medication this morning, so I thought I was over my allergies, and so I thought I could get away with it, and I can't, clearly. All right, so Tammy says, I don't think it's an inherently bad thing. It's neutral to me. It's the individual's choice over their body. So long as there's no systems forcing them into it or for survival, then it's more consensual. Absolutely. When that's the thing, is like, even when people tell me right now, like, that they are participating of their own volition and it's totally consensual and all that sort of stuff, they still have, just like any other worker in any other job, is being coerced through desperation of like, I need to be employed by somebody. They're also being coerced in that way. So in that same sense, I don't think I think there are ways that they end up being much more exploited than other workers. But in that sense, they are just as exploited as every other worker in capitalism. And that's the exploitation that we have to get rid of. And so it's out of desperation. It's when people don't have a social safety net, when they are financially desperate, that they may be forced into a situation that they wouldn't have chosen otherwise. I don't want that to be the case. I do not want that to be the sex work industry. I want it to be, adults choosing to do this because it's what they want to do. It's what they enjoy. And that's fine. There are all kinds of jobs. That's just another job. People should be able to do it free of exploitation and coercion. So, Tammy says, currently within our systems, there is not enough individual freedom there, but I'm fine with sex workers because they're the exploited class compared to the employer. Absolutely. The sex workers are workers. They are working class people, and they deserve our support, our solidarity. We should be, showing support in whatever ways we can, because they are a marginalized community and they are an exploited community. And we on the left better have their backs, and we got to stand with them and make sure that we're standing up for them and, being on the front lines of this. So absolutely. And I am, 100% lockstep in support of sex workers, and whatever reforms have to be made in order to actually, decriminalize their work, not stop them from being criminalized, and then give them all the support they need to build democratic workplaces, to build cooperatives so that they can function in a way that is free of exploitation. And that means being their own bosses, not being, under the burden of some employer, some, pimp or something, people will say. And that's the case right now. So Shin Sung says, one of the reasons why I think guns should be banned is because there should not be a profit motive with guns at all, because they cause death. Yeah, that's a good point. But I think you could talk about banning gun sales, but then you have to talk about how you have public ways of obtaining those things. They cause death, sure, but used in a safe and responsible way, they are for hunting too. And so I don't think that you can say okay, causing death is inherently yeah, that's how we eat meat, but obviously, yeah. So I don't know. I don't think that that's the argument that'll win the day. Unfortunately, is that there's some forms of death that we definitely want to cause in killing animals. Hunting is the key one that I think that you're going to lose that argument on. Is just that people will then say you can't ban them outright because you got to have some. I mean, I guess you could take the profit motive away, because you could have a public, armory where anyone could go and simply take out a gun like you would take out a book from the library. So if you're saying that, I mean, that's one thing, but then who controls that? Is that, if that's state controlled, it can't be that, because then the state has all the power to just then at any point, if we take all the guns away from people, the state just has total power, authority to just come in and just trample all over us. And I know they have drones and they have tanks and all that sort of stuff, but I like to think that there is some small thing, with gun ownership that holds them back from doing shit like that. And so I don't know. I don't have 100% opinion on this. I'm fairly neutral in that I don't think that that's the front to be fighting along for the left. I don't think that we're going to win new support fighting for that kind of reform, like banning guns outright. Not gonna be a winning political, Timmy says there's a difference between hunting for survival and hunting for sport. I don't support the latter. Yeah, hunting for sport, do not support whatsoever. Not one bit. I do not support hunting for sport. Not in the least, not in the tiniest bit. And so I 100% agree there. It is, I am only talking about hunting for survival, not hunting for sport. That's just gross and disgusting. And the things that they hunt for sport can be like, they hunt like endangered animals, you know, fuck everybody that, you know, kills animals or anything for fun. Like that's, you're terrible. You're horrible. Like, I don't know what else to say to you, but yeah, I agree. Any other comments we want to get to here?
Nope, we're at 4:20 minutes.
All right, we're at 4:20. I should spark something up for that.
Oh, I know, it's 4:21.
Too bad it's 4:21 now. Too late.
Not the time, but like 4 hours, 21 for like how long we've been streaming.
Yeah, and I see Shinsung says, I am totally against hunting for recreation. It should be banned. Anyone who does not agree does not have a moral compass. Yeah, I agree. I just can't. I don't know. Killing something for fun, I don't even know what does that lead to? Like, where does that lead? Like, we gotta eradicate that. Like, we can't have people that want to kill things for fun. That should not be in us. That should not be a part of the human psyche. Is I want to kill something for the fun of it. Jesus Christ, man. All right. So thank you so much to everyone for being here with us today. If you haven't done so already, please do me a favor and hit the like button, subscribe, share this out. But, you know, at the very least, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. We're just shy of 1,100 subscribers here. And so we would really appreciate your sub here to add to that. It looks like we have gone in the opposite direction that I like to see us going. And that's okay. That's okay. I think we were 4 away at one point today. Now we're 4 away. I mean, now we're 8 away.
It always changes when there's a new live stream.
Yeah. I never trust it during the live stream. And it doesn't always catch it when you subscribe live. It doesn't always catch it. Peace out, Shin. Great having you here. Thank you so much for being here. And so, yeah, we're gonna wind this stream down here. This has been a long stream already. We're gonna wind down here. And, you know, if anyone has any last thoughts, please drop a comment in the chat there, and I will get to it before we go. But the plan is to cut the stream here, and then I'm going to stream tonight, most likely. So I'm going to stream about the Jimmy Dore topic. Is Jimmy Dore toxic to the left? We are going to have a conversation around that, a little community chat around that, and just sort of figure out what Jimmy Dore means to the left. Is he toxic to the left? Is there space for him on the left? And should we tolerate his bullshit? So we will have that conversation later, sparked by a comrade question or a comrade comment from Steve Alvarez, one of our Patreon patrons. So please, you know, if you can support the show through Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy. Also, you can give us a one-time tip at coffee.com/radical democracy. Support the work, support the show. As low as $1 a month on Patreon, or even a $1 tip on coffee. We gladly accept all donations. So thank you so much to everyone that was here and for chatting. The chat was really amazing. We've had some great chats going in the past few days and the past week or so. And so I'm really loving the growth in the community and just the conversations that we're having here. The dialogue that we're having out is really engaging stuff, really intriguing stuff. So please keep that up. Keep coming back for more, engaging in the chat. I appreciate all of you so much for being here with us. Please, I need everyone that's here with me right now, that's watching this right now, to please click that like button, subscribe, share this out. And if you can, support us by contributing on Coffee or Patreon for now. Patreon.com/radical democracy, coffee.com/radical democracy. Thank you so much to all for being here. All right, I'm going to wind it on down here. Thank you so much, folks. Hope you'll join us later today for our evening stream. And we will have another live stream on Tuesday, September 15th, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. as we stream live results of the Delaware Senate primary election is what we'll be focused on. We will bring you all primary election results that are prominent, that matter. But that will be the race that we are focused on. Jessica Scarane versus Chris Coons. Check out our coverage here on this live stream. At the beginning of this live stream, you can check out our coverage on that race there. And I hope you will all join us later today for more. We're going to go grab some food. Please go eat some food, everyone. If you haven't already and you've been watching this for 4 hours, go eat something, drink something, take a break, and we will hope to see you later. All right. Take care, everyone.